From November 18th to 23rd, we face a new opponent each day in an intense best-of-3 series. Witness the Global Esports 2025 VCT roster in action, clashing against some of Asia's best teams, pushing our roster's strength, strategy and spirit to the absolute limit. This show will be narrated by some of the finest talent in Valorant on the casting desk, and our coaches themselves will step in to break down the plays on the analyst desk. 6 days, 6 opponents. Every match, every round. GE is going all in against all. Catch it live on the Global Esports Valorant and YouTube Twitch channels.
Order now.
I guess we'll see on the internet.
whoa. So finally हम अनाउंसमेंट वीडियो शूट कर रहे हैं हमारे हेड कोच का. बट मैंने सोचा हम लोग इतना इंटरेस्टिंग कंटेंट ही शूट कर रहे हैं तो थोड़ा आपको बिहाइंड द सीन्स मैजिक तो दिखाना बनता है, राइट? ये वो मोमेंट है जहाँ हमारा कोच रेडी हो रहा है. बोल रहा था थोड़ा नर्वस है, तो चलते हैं पूछते हैं क्या हाल है, क्या चल रहा है. You excited for your first shoot, photo shoot?
Yeah, I'm excited. It's just a visa shoot. This was way more complicated than just a visa picture.
I mean, it's for official documentation, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, goodbye American citizenship.
Yeah, man, this is something I've been wanting to do since I was like a kid, man. Like 10 years old, I've been wanting to braid my hair. So I'm gonna get my hair officially like braided for the shoot. Hopefully it turns out good after. I guess we'll see on the internet.
So बहुत ही cozy है सलोन पे हम लोग आए हैं. एंड जो कोरियन एक्सपर्ट्स हैं उन लोग ने पूरा रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ली है कि हमारे कोच जुवेनाइल को एकदम स्टार बना देंगे. ठीक है, ये तो बिफोर था, वो अभी मैजिक करेंगे, उसके बाद हमारा टर्न होएगा टू डू द मैजिक ऑन स्क्रीन. तो आई थिंक हमारा हेड कोच वापस आ गया है. लेट्स गो. आर वी रेडी फॉर दिस? आर वी रेडी फॉर दिस?
Ready?
डैम.
Hey! I love it. I love it. It feels really good. It looks nice. It feels good. Clean.
It's damn clean, dude. So this is your new look now?
For a week at least.
एक चीज़ मैं बोलना भूल गया कि हम लोग को कल शूट के लिए थोड़ी चीज़ें शॉप करनी थी, कॉस्ट्यूम वाइज एंड एक दो यूटिलिटी वाइज. बेसिकली हम लोग एक जैकेट ढूंढ रहे हैं सेक्सी जो जर्सी को छुपा पाएगा, एंड एक शेड्स ढूंढ रहे हैं. अब कैसे वो यूज़ करने वाले हैं वो आपको लगता है फाइनल वीडियो में ही पता चलेगा. आई थिंक विद दैट वी आर कंप्लीट विद द शॉपिंग. नाउ चलते हैं डायरेक्टली सेट पे. रेडी फॉर द शूट?
Ready, bro.
Yeah? Oh, whoa. What up? Looking good, man.
Thank you, man.
Actually, this suits you.
right?
Yeah. So हमारा जो DOP है वो कल अवेलेबल नहीं था, एंड अच्छा ही है बिकॉज कल काफ़ी ओवरकास्ट था, so there was no sunlight. आज लकीली सन निकला है, तो हम लोग ने जो शॉट्स प्लान किए थे उसके लिए वी नीडेड द सन, होपिंग जब हम बोट पे जाए तब मस्त सनलाइट आए एंड थोड़े सिलुएट शॉट्स एंड एवरीथिंग जो हम लोग ने प्लान किया है वो अच्छे से जाए. You're watching, you're like, huh? And then you look up. This guy?
Okay.
Okay, ready? So एक और लोकेशन खत्म हो गया है. How's it going so far?
Man, it's been amazing. I'm a little nerd from Texas starting my own movie right now.
Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, man, it's been so much fun. Like, this is all a dream come true, you know?
Okay, welcome to the last location. ये सबसे महंगा लोकेशन है. इसके लिए हम लोग ने बहुत रिसर्च किया. बेसिकली ये लोकेशन का नाम है सेबी आइलैंड, एंड यहाँ से हम एक बोट पे जाने वाले हैं. और जो हमारा शूट का टेक्निकली लास्ट सीक्वेंस है वो हमारे फिल्म का ओपनिंग है. हम चाहते थे कि दिखाएं कि हमारा जो हेड कोच है वो लेवाइथन को छोड़ के लिटरली सोल सिटी शिफ्ट हो रहे हैं, एंड ये उनका ओपनिंग शॉट है. सो लेट्स सी हाउ इट गोस.
Good thing and bad thing, though.
Action! This is your moment. This is your city. Damn, ऐसा सनसेट पता नहीं कितने सालों बाद देखने मिला है. On the boat with the crew.
Thank you so much, G. Thank you so much, fans, man. You guys make this shit possible.
Action. I know थोड़ा क्लीशे है, but हम जा रहे हैं एक इंडियन रेस्टोरेंट. Are you excited, by the way?
Oh, man, I'm so excited right now. I got a bunch of suggestions from Twitter.
Okay, are you ready?
I'm so ready.
Be careful, it's a bit hot.
It looks very hot.
Hot, right?
Very hot, but it's good. It's very good, but it's hot.
Okay.
Should I be nervous?
You've never had this, right?
No, I've never had this. Should I just eat it plain or stuff?
Yeah, just play.
chicken.
Okay. It's
It feels like it's a light bread.
Dal tadka, chicken tikka masala, butter chicken. Which one are you attacking first? Okay, moment of truth.
Let's try this with the bread and the chicken. Here we go.
It's too hot.
It's so good. So far, this wins.
The chili chicken?
Chili chicken wins.
ओके तो अभी और शूट नहीं करेंगे बिकॉज बहुत भूख लग रही है शादी फोटोग्राफर नहीं है हम लोग बट ओवरऑल वर्डिंग अच्छा रहा है ही रियली लाइक्स द फूड एंड मेरे को बोला दैट ही वुड लव टू ट्रैवल टू इंडिया एंड ट्राई सम पानी पूरी चाट एंड पाव भाजी be there soon right so experience epic tha any closing notes
Oh man, it's absolutely amazing. I'm full. I'm about to go pass out and have the food come out.
Hey, coach. Juvenile,
Wait, what's that?
listen. I got something for you. We have to talk about the most stale meta in the entire game. We have to talk about Ascent. There's only one comp that's playable on this map. That's what everybody says. This map's solved. Nothing is new under the sun. I think it's time to start attacking this comp. As you know, Ascent is the most defense-sided map in the entire pool. At Champs, 47% win rate on attack, by far the lowest for any attack, but that is where this comp has the solution. Harbor, Clove, Gecko, Sky, and Vice.
I'm watching. Keep going. You at least have me intrigued.
60% of attack-sided hits don't work because they just get stuck in the choke point. So we're going to take a map that is not attack-sided and we're going to turn it into an attack-sided map. We're going to execute A with the hard roll. He's going to throw the wall.
Okay, coach, I like what you're cooking. What other type of plans do you think would work in this situation?
Well, I'm glad you asked. Because we could flash out and play. We could even spin you out Gecko stuff.
Tell you this right now. Cook this comp. You're throwing the harbor wall right here. You're gonna throw a sky flash to the wall right here on the left side. It's gonna get in.
Listen, this is one of many. One of many coming your way.
By the way, coach, you haven't said hello.
What are you talking about? We've been talking this whole time.
Oh man, I mean the fans.
Let's cook.
Gotta wait till our first event.
In the off season?
Let's start discussing our team, our players. It was probably one of the biggest tryouts that has been conducted. Like, not a lot of teams will be trialing this many players. Does that give us too many options that puts us in a decision paralysis?
When I took this job and they told me that we're about to do like a 90+ player trial, I got really worried. Cause the reality is at least 45 of those players never have a chance of making the team, right? But what I will say is that as they made the process very easy, I just had to show up and watch a YouTube video, and they handled everything else, which I really appreciate because I would not have wanted to hold a 90-person trial if I'm the one organizing it. And so that was the thing that definitely worried me most. But I feel like it worked out really well. We got to see a lot of players, and even if they're not players that we picked up, they're players that are now on my radar because I see them. So I'm going to keep an eye on their growth. Or, you know what I mean? Maybe they weren't ready for tier 1 right now, but you never know. 6 months, a year from now, next year, these are players that I'm definitely going to be revisiting and taking a closer look at because I got to see them in this open trial. And so for me, that was just a really cool part of the process for sure.
The person who was majorly responsible for doing the heavy lifting and hosting this 90-player tryout was Hell Ranger. The amount of work he's put in it's absurd.
We wanted to see if we can find a diamond in the rough, and I think We were pretty successful throughout the tryouts because I think every player we have picked has gone through the tryout process. We could have made our lives much easier and just tried 20 players. The thought process was even if there's one player who other teams aren't looking at and is really good and the coaches feel they can develop him, why not?
Patrick Watson. We would have never found that guy if we didn't do a 90-person trial. We would have never found that guy. Or
Yeah.
Patrick who? Let me correct myself. Patrick who? Patrick Watson's so much ore, by the way. Please, Valve, just let him add like 3 letters, okay? Or Valve, I'm so sorry. Riot, please let him add like 3 letters. Oh no. Okay. And even some of the other players, like I don't know if we would have landed on those players if it wasn't for the trial period,
Yeah.
and which is very very nice.
I think just to add to that, Patrick Watson was in the list, but he just joined VLT. So thanks to VLT or thanks to Anna for letting him trial. And, like because he had the dates, he was given a free reign to trial. I think we found a really great player.
You'd come in, watch the VODs, be like, okay, well, I think we're like really, really kind of lucky to have so many options in like these roles, but maybe these roles are a little bit weaker. And I'm like desperately looking for, okay, who's a player that I really think is, tier 1 caliber in this particular role. And then like we go to another phase of the trials or we bring in another group of players and I see somebody, I'm like, oh, the contrast between this person and everybody else that I've watched playing these agents is like night and day. That guy definitely goes on to the next stage, or that guy is definitely our person.
Patrick Watson / Yokam / Patrick Who, a rather new name to the list. It doesn't have that much T1 experience, or even T2 experience for that matter. And then we have another guy like Udotan, also a person who was destroying everybody in the tryouts, who was an amazing duelist. But now that we have these 2 duelists, who's going to be the primary one? Who's going to be the secondary one?
Obviously, someone has to switch role. I'm not gonna run double duelist all season, so yeah, we definitely have to switch roles. And it's gonna be Patrick Hu playing duelist and Udatan playing sentinel. And for me, the reason I made that decision is because like pretty early on, I was pretty confident I wanted Patrick Watson for sure, or Patrick Hu. Bro, he's just so good and raw, right? So like when you're that raw, like this guy's got like 6 months of playing competitive Valorant, like 6 months. You know what I mean? Like when you're that raw, that just you're and you're this talented already, bro. The sky is the limit. I don't think he even cares about pressure. This is also a bonus to being this inexperienced. Is like when you're this young and this inexperienced, like you don't even the pressure doesn't matter. Like it's irrelevant to you because you don't get how big the moment is. You don't get how important this is to your future, to your life. And so I think that's one of the good things for him too, is that he's so inexperienced that everything is just gonna get soaked in. And also like his drive, his like excitement to be here. Like this guy he texted me the other day. He's like, bro, I just went from tier 10 to tier 1. Like that's fucking insane. Like just to have that type of vibe in the team, I think helps a lot, right? You see, even just in real sports, right? A lot of times there'll be this experienced team, and you bring in this young rookie who's just super talented, and like he just gives everyone else that same drive of like, I remember being that motivated. I remember being that excited to play, and so you feed off that a little bit. And then for Udatan, bro, he just played too good not to pick him up. I saw him play Sentinel, like. You've seen it multiple times throughout this region, and this is the reason why like I was confident in him being able to make the switch, is because like you've seen Meteor, you've seen Tex, you've seen these duelists, Leaf, these duelists switch over to Sentinel and put up insane numbers. Like in my opinion, at this point, it's your duelist is your fragger and your Sentinel's number 2. Like those 2 got to be your real fraggers, because they're the ones. Sentinel's going to go make his space solo, and your duelist is going to go make the space for the team. And then for Patrick Watson, it's just learning everything. Like this guy knows. He knows a decent amount, but he knows nothing. You know what I mean? Like this, nothing, Jon Snow. This kid is, he definitely has a lot to learn as far as anything else. But he's every day. I feel like I see him improving. I see him learning, and like I'm constantly texting him or messaging him, and he's it's always positive feedback and stuff like that. So,
Udotan, comparatively more experienced than Patrick Watson, but the highest achievement that he's ever gotten to is 2nd place in Ascension. So do you think this lack of tier 1 experience is going to hold them back in any way?
No. So I think experience is super overrated. Experience is, especially in Valorant, bro. Like I was there for a whole split too. I played 6 matches, man. Like you know what I mean? It's not like I got an insane amount of experience just being there. Like yes, it helps. Yes, it matters. But at the end of the day, like talent trumps all, bro. If you give me the best 5 players and we put them against the most experienced team in VCT, my 5 players are better. We're gonna win. That's just the reality. I do think there are moments like, if we're at champions top 3, okay, then maybe experience matters, then pressure matters. But for day-to-day VCT matches, bro, this is the same thing you've been doing for the last year, 2 years in scrims. It's the same fucking thing on stage. It's no difference.
Now let's talk about the most experienced player on the team. Do you really think Papi Chulo is the best controller out there when you compare him to big stars like Mako or Monier or people who are just absolutely cracked at the controller role? And Papi Chulo is gonna be up against those guys. Do you think he can keep up?
He's got really good aim, man. Like, I don't know if it's the best on the team because Patrick Watson and Udaton are so good at aiming. I mean, our whole team can aim. I think you guys will be really excited about seeing the talent in the server. But I feel like his aim is pretty good. And bro, I literally clutch king, bro. Clutch king. You put this guy in any kind of clutch, and I feel like in my head he's got a chance to win it, a very good chance to win it. And so I think that's when he thrives his most, is in a clutch situation when he's just using his brain and his aim to just like diff people.
One of the most important things is like player personality, role fit. Patrick, who is slightly more fearless, you could tell him to go in like to a 5-stacked site with no utility, and he'll just go. Like if that's the play, he's
charging in, right? Let's go.
And he might even get 2. Whereas Udaton is just a little bit more of a cerebral player, and this has really come out as we let him play the Sentinel role. Like the way that he communicates with information that he gets is so good. Like I was worried because like during the trials, I couldn't hear him that well because his mic was kind of low, and I was like, how's like Korean English gonna mix with like Russian English and Filipino English? Like, are they gonna be able to understand each other? But man, Udaton's comms might be the best on the team, like straight up. Like the stuff that he's giving us is so good, and the way that he plays off of his utility, even though he's like, this is like maybe the 300th cam he's ever thrown on Cypher, and he's still just like getting really critical information and instantly getting it to the team so we can make decisions. So that little bit of extra like cerebralness to him is going to make him an insane player on the Sentinel role. And then as far as Papi Chulo goes, again, I think it's really just like the perfect role player fit, like personality wise. He's a little bit on the quieter side, but you can just tell that the quietness, it's like stone cold, like
he's a killer, bro.
He's like a stone cold assassin, right?
Yeah,
he's a quiet assassin. And so when he's in the situation where it's like, there's a team running him down, you need him to make the right decision and not throw the round, like get one, get out. He's getting that one, he's getting out. He might even get a second one as they try and chase him down. And then obviously the clutch kind of just like comes hand in hand with that. So it really is just the perfect role fit for all these players, I think.
Which brings me to the next question. Why Crystal?
He's at the very least on every single team's radar, based off his just the same with Freeing, right? Him and Freeing, those two in particular, like they just destroyed the CN Ascension. Every team at the very least took a look at them or at least considered them. And then for me, like I said before, like the region, our region, like I never wanted to import unless I can't find what I want here, right? Like only if there's not a comparable version here. And for us, Initiator actually seems like a very weak role in APAC in general. There's not a ton of options, especially, the good ones are taken. We had to look outside of the region. And really, he's the top free agent, outside of this region, as far as the initiators go, for sure. He was one of the first people here. He flew in like a week after signing, and he was good to go. No really restrictions or anything like that. His English is already getting better. His English is good. Like, it's good. It's just a Russian accent, It's just like something that our players are trying to adjust to. Like early on, we were just joking, like we can't understand him, like he called something, we just couldn't understand it, right? And it's just something that he's getting better at already. Our players are getting more used to understanding. Like, when I first joined GE, I couldn't understand the accent half the time, right? But now, I've been around it enough. Same with the players, been around it enough that it's gonna be it's gonna be no issue.
Coming to the last player, probably the most important one, our IGL Kelly S. Now he's played for Oasis and he's played for a lot of good teams. But what do you think are his primary strengths and why him? Why Kelly S?
Kelly, we approached actually a couple of months before the trial started. Not a couple of months, let's say 45 days, right? And with him, he was, at the risk of losing his spot on his current team if he gave the trials for us, So he had a decision to make, and obviously, I think he was supporting his family, so it was a tough one for him. But he said, "Look, I'll give the trials for sure." the rest of the days, right? Like he was on my Valorant list, and I was keeping, just an eye on him. Every day, the guy had been grinding, just to prep for the trials. And when the day came, I think he was one of the most consistent players which played, in the trials, be it in terms of being vocal, be it, his leadership capabilities, be it, even his mechanics.
So for my type of IGL that I would prefer is not necessarily someone who does micro all the time, but someone who has the capability to micro. Because there will be really intense moments. There's tense situations where like people's brains shut off. That's just the reality. When you get nervous, when you get in these high pressure situations, your brain almost shuts off. And so I want someone to be able to essentially think for them. Tell them put this here, go now. Whatever the case may be, being able to micro in that kind of way. And I feel like he was out of all the IGLs we trialed in APAC, he was the best. He was the best in that way. And so like he brings everything I want. He shows up early to practice every day. He comes with strats. He's a great leader type. He's a little bit older. He's 24, 25. He's a very confident person, and we can just tell by looking at him. He's a very confident person. And I feel like that's very, very important as an IGL, like being unwaveable in these moments, in these situations, and realizing, even if you make a bad call, like, it's not your fault. Even the wrong call can still work in this game. That's one of the things I do like about this game. It doesn't matter if you go into a 4 stack at A at Haven. If you dump your util correctly, you're going to kill all 4. It doesn't really matter. That confidence and that unwaveability is going to be a big thing for us throughout the season for sure.
During these trials, every time that I would watch Kelly IGL, he would be like getting the new players that he hadn't played with involved in sort of like the culture of the team, even though it's just like 3 scrims or whatever. He'd be like bringing them in, like making plays for them, hyping them up. And that's the type of leadership that you really need on team. And on top of that, being a former duelist, he's not afraid to make plays, right? He's not afraid to be like, all right, something needs to happen. I'm the only person in position. I'm going to make this play for my team.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is too, like at the end of the day, like this is turning into a game where like your IGL has to be able to frag. You can't. No offense, right? Like FNS, Boaster, these guys, the whole community knows them. Obviously, they struggle sometimes with individual talent. They're great IGLs, great leaders. Don't get it twisted. But you see them struggling a little bit, where like if they had a little bit more talent, etc., then it would be a little bit easier for their teams. And so I feel like that as a whole, like Kelly has also fragged hard. Like he did really well in the trials as far as individually as well, not just leading.
When it comes to the trials, are there any missed opportunities that we regret?
No. We got most people. Almost every. The only thing I regret is. No, I don't even regret it now. Like I did when we didn't get the player we wanted, I regretted it. But now that I see the team we have and like the players and how they're playing together, zero regrets whatsoever. No, not even.
And that regret was regarding Grumble, wasn't it?
Yeah, that Grumble, which is his own personal reasons for why he couldn't. Yeah, he obviously he's a great Sentinel. I used to coach him in Elevated, so I have a decent relationship with him in general. But now seeing Udatan on Sentinel, I don't. This
No
guy,
regrets.
I'm telling you right now, Udatan is about to do very, very well this season.
All right. I like the enthusiasm.
Everyone else was okay, but getting Papichulo on board was a bit tough. The buyout was pretty high, as mentioned. But obviously, for NAOS, they were losing one of their star players and backbone of their team. So a lot of negotiations took place until we finally agreed on a number. Both of us were happy with. To be fair, I think Papi is going to be like a top 2. I really like. I know we are not supposed to have favorites, but he's like one of my favorite players in all of APAC, not just in our team. And I think he's going to do really well.
What is the team philosophy going to be like?
Yeah, as far as like in-game stuff for me, it's like I tell my players this consistently: is like ask for forgiveness, not permission. Make your play and I'll fix it later, right? Don't ever be afraid to play. Don't ever have any fear. Just play fearlessly. Because in this game, like, just take a look at Sentinels at Champs, right? When they were playing groups against Genji the first time. If you watch, like, I can remember this exact Haven round. So Haven on C. Tins is crouched in a corner. The other guy's crouched in a corner. And they're just crouched in corners, just waiting and hiding, right? And they just get run down. The jet dashes in, they get Omen Flash, and they're dead, right? In this game, like, you have to play with no fear. Don't play scared. play to win, not to lose. The team who won champs last year, they're gonna go back to they VOD review the grand finals. They're gonna see tons of mistakes. It's just the reality. It's a team who makes the less mistakes and a team who capitalizes on the other team's mistakes. That's the best team. You know, I'm obviously talking big about the team and all that kind of stuff, but that's because I have real expectations. Like, I wouldn't say this if I didn't believe it. I wouldn't say, like, we're going to be this or that if I didn't really believe it. Yeah, and then as far as any hate, bro, like, fans, just send it to me. I'll take your hate. Don't send it to the players. These are young kids, bro. These are young kids. You know, you don't need to bother them with your hate. Send it to me. I'm the one making the decisions. I'm the one that picked the players. I'm the one doing everything.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It is a brand new day. It's a brand new day to celebrate and watch global esports once again. I'm Universe, and with me this time I've got my host brother Komodo. He's here all the way from Australia after a long, hard day of work, but never too tired to watch some Valorant, aren't you?
No, that's it, mate. You guys know I live and breathe Valorant. You guys know that I traveled, for it to India once upon a time as well last year. So I was really excited to be able to jump on board with everyone here at Global, with yourself as well, to see what the haps is, to see what's going on with this new Global Esports, to see and be a part of this face-off event. It's for you guys out there, right? So I'm really excited to be a part of this one.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm really excited to see what we've got in store for everybody today as well, because it has been, quite the unfortunate stance that we couldn't get any other off-season event that came in the way. And of course, now we've got our own, and we've started off. Yesterday was, OG, who we did play, of course, from South Asia. And today we're going to be playing another team. And if you've not been following our socials, just wait for a little bit. We're going to be revealing who exactly it is. But if you want to know right now, then you might want to go follow Global Esports on Instagram and Twitter. And there it is. Okay, never mind. As I said, my producer has made it easier for you guys. It is going to be NAOS, guys, ladies and gentlemen, facing off against Global Esports today, all the way from the Philippines. Well, there's a bit of history here, isn't there, Komodo?
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited for this. I would call it a grudge match in a degree, right? Because you've got 3 core members coming from NAOS's home region, ex-players on it. They've played together before. So I think, and this is what I'm going to I'm alluding to it right now, there might be a little bit more pressure on a couple of these members from Global Esports just because they are playing their ex-comrades.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I agree, because we do have, one of their members right now sitting in this boot camp instead of that. Poppy, of course, who was on NAOS for a good amount of time, has transitioned, and it's going to be a really interesting, I would say even emotional sort of kind of matchup going up against his ex-teammate. How is he going to be feeling about that? Is the pressure going to get to him because of that and stuff like that? We're going to find out. But what do you think? Do you feel like we're going to see Poppy step up against his own countrymen?
There's definitely an opportunity to. I mean, I'm always interested when we see players swapping roles within a team, players swapping teams as well. When you do play against players that were on your team once upon a time, you kind of have an idea of their tendencies and their tricks. You know what to expect from them. So it comes down to, can I counter them? Will they counter me? There's a lot of adaptation that we actually need to see within the server itself. And this is going to be a big proving ground in this, I'll call it trial environment that this face-off event is giving us right now for preparation and practice into these games.
Absolutely. And here's the 2 teams in their glory. Of course, you are going to be watching a lot of good Valorant. Now, the only thing that you guys need to remember about this global esports side is that yesterday was, of course, kind of a rocky start. Even Juvie mentioned that, it wasn't what he was expecting, especially given the fact that they were also playing off against a rather new squad in Orangutan themselves, right? Because they too were formed, I think, just about 2 months before, this global esports site came to life. So, first game, they played on Haven, wasn't really that great. They did end up winning it, required a lot of clutches from, I believe you're a big fan of him, Crystal. He ended up having to clutch, I think, 2, maybe 3 rounds at the especially the last one there, to finish it off 13-11. But the minute they stepped on Sunset, that comfort and confidence kind of just, blast onto the scene, and they were just like, all right, we've got control of this game now.
Yeah, we're seemingly seeing a lot of repetitive agent selections when it comes onto those two maps as well, and a lot of teams playing them very similarly. So that's why I'm
Yeah.
always excited when it comes to a veto. If we're gonna get the same maps, if we're gonna change it up, because it brings a little bit more discipline and a little bit more preparation and knowledge and counter-stratting to really come into it. And I mean, at the end of the day, right, you've got players that can have an off day, can have an on day too, right? So I think you look at it even on the map department. For Orangutan, Haven looking like a pretty decent map for them. A couple of slip-ups here and there, and a couple of, Venka kind of dragging them through the mud a little bit on that Neon. But you flip it on over for Global Esports as well, and it's the first map, essentially, in an official capacity with this new roster. There's going to be some realizations that they need to come out with, and that was the perfect map to start it off. They shake off the nerves, it's a close one, and then you really hit the ground running into that second map of Sunset where, I mean, you did wipe the floor with them, let's be real.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Sunset, OG kind of started doing a little bit of repetitive stuff, and to kind of get them out of it, he was also mentioned yesterday by Yudo-tan that he was doing a lot of secondary calling. So why don't we just get him on right now, speak to him. Crystal, welcome to Global Esports, and welcome right now to the desk. I think you're muted, Crystal. Yeah, we can hear you now. Yeah, we can hear you now.
Hello.
Hello, yes.
Yeah,
yes,
there we
can hear
go.
you now, yeah. Crystal, how are you doing?
Yeah, fine. All good.
Doing good. All right. How was yesterday was a bit of a tough day. Yeah, first game little shaky, but second game really good, and you were doing a great job. How do you feel about day two?
Yeah, yesterday we start having not good, but we fix our we have a lot of kind of nervous, but we fix it on second map and we start play good on Sunset.
All right.
So Crystal, it's good to see you again. Of course, I followed you through Scars, through Sheerlight Gaming. Now you're into Global Esports. Finally, welcome into Tier 1. But for you specifically, how different have you had to adapt through all these different teams and changing styles and changing leadership? How has that kind of changed the way you attack Valorant now?
Was different, I think. Not different, but it's a bit hard because in previous team I was IGL, right now I'm not IGL, and sometimes it's a bit hard to listen what IGL called to you. Like it's some kind of different for me. It's so hard sometimes.
Yeah, you mentioned yesterday as well, right? That on Sunset especially, you did a lot of secondary calling. Are you comfortable with that role right now because you've been in IG for so long? Are you doing, feeling it more comfortable to do secondary calling with KLAS?
Yeah, it's perfect for me. I can more focus on my aim. I feel my aim good right now, so yeah, I can like star player. I can do a lot kill. Yeah, so it's good for me.
So after yesterday's victory, have you had some inner reflection and realized what you need to be bringing more towards today's game? Do you feel a little bit more of the pressure relaxing too because you've had that first game out of the way?
Yeah, I feel a bit pressure, but it's only first map. In second map, I already realized, okay, it's not hard game, so just focus and it will be not hard for us.
There's one thing I wanted to ask you. A lot of people love the way you play in general. Like, you are one of the clutch kings of Asia completely, right? You've been showing that since back when you were in Scars, and right now, what goes to your mind during a clutch, like 1v2, 1v2? Even yesterday, you had two 1v2 clutches. Like, what do you think in a clutch? What do you usually go for? What's your thought process like?
Honestly, it's like automatically. Usually I don't think in clutches, it's just automatically. But main point, I think, just 1v2, it's try to find duel 1v1. Try to don't pick boss guy together. It's hard, and so just best point for me, just fight 1v1.
Right.
So this is, of course, the face-off event for Global Esports, right? It's to showcase what this new Global Esports is looking like to the world. But for you, what are you looking to personally get from this week-long event?
I think just practice our tactic, because we can check in this match what tactic good, what tactic doesn't work. So yeah, just more like test for us.
You are going to be facing off NAOS. It is a team that's, been a pretty long-standing team from the Philippines. What are your thoughts about them? How do you feel like they're going to be as an opponent for you?
I think now it's a very strong enemy. I think now it's maybe better than half franchise APAC team. I feel they're really strong.
One of your teammates did come from there. He was Poppy is from there. Did he have some thoughts? Do you think how's the team feeling right now? Because there's 3 Filipinos on your team. So how's the mood right now in the team?
I think my teammates are confident now and they wanna win. The Filipino friend.
Nice.
Is there anybody on NAOS that you're kind of wanting to beat or afraid of?
One more please. Sorry, I didn't see.
Is there anyone on NAOS that you're wanting to beat or are you afraid of?
Wait, I didn't hear you guys. Wait one second.
Can you hear us now?
Yeah.
Can you hear? Yeah, you can hear?
Yeah,
go
good.
on.
Sorry.
Yeah.
All good?
Wait. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Is there anybody on NAOS that you're really wanting to beat or anyone that you're afraid of?
No, I don't have. It doesn't matter for me. Like.
Yeah.
Just
beat them at the end of the day.
I was gonna ask you about even China, right? You spent a good amount of time there, and there's so many connections in this team that you have, right? Right now we're facing NAOS, but Yuratan was somebody you did beat to come here, and now he's your teammate on Global Esports as well, right? So talk to me a little bit about how that final was in the experience. Did you think you would end up on the same team as Yuratan? And tell me a little bit about what you think about him.
I think about Yuda, it's like, it's very perfect player. He one of the best player in China Ascension for sure. And I think we can adapt together. Yeah, we we already have good synergy, good chemistry. And so I feel we will adapt it good.
Nice.
Yeah, no, that's really good. I guess one more from me. When it comes to this roster and you're removed from IGL duties, do you feel like it's way more comfortable for you now in the server, or do you kind of miss the IGL a little bit?
I cannot say I miss IGL because I have also some call in this team. I can call mid round, so I cannot say I miss it. Yeah, and for me it's more comfortable. Sometimes I can just full focus in my aim, and it's more comfortable for me.
Nice. All right. Right before we let you go, Christo, before you get into the game, there's a lot of people right now watching you who love you. A lot of people from India really love you, and they call it the Clutch King. Anything you want to say to your fans who are going to be watching you while playing this series?
Hello, guys, and thank you for supporting. Keep supporting us. We will do our best.
All right, Crystal, thank you so much for joining us. All the best for your game, and hopefully G winning.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye-bye.
Interesting man. Not a few words, but he's got quite a lot to say on the server.
Yeah, I mean, and that's, I think, one of the important things right now as well, right? It's you're taking, a little bit of time for your preparation to come and have a bit of a chat with us, give a little bit of insight on how things are for Crystal specifically in this global esports roster. But now it's going to, he's got to shift his focus, right? It's ready to get in towards this game time. It's ready to prepare and focus up because, I mean, NAOS not going to be a team that is going to be a slouch in this server. So he really needs to get his aim prepared, right? He's talking about that being a strength right now. We want to see that.
Yeah, and he did mention, right? He thinks that NAOS is actually great of VCT teams. So he's got a high opinion about these teams, right? About this team right here. So he clearly knows it's not going to be an easy task. And now, even though Poppy was one of their, strongest players, is now going to be playing against him. I still feel like NAOS has a lot to give with players like Emin, leading the charge as well. So much experience on that Filipino squad is actually going to, propel them to make decisions better than what we probably saw OG make yesterday and not crumble onto that second map opponent pick, right? And that's what I'm hoping for as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot of a premium on towards this veto, I feel like, as well, right? Because when I'm thinking of the maps that we've already seen, I'm thinking of immediately Moja. What is he going to be doing if he's able to get his Neon to come out, right? So I'm thinking that's going to be a scary tactic that we have to consider in a bit of veto chicken.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like, that Patrick Koo versus Moser fight's going to be another, kind of Venka versus Patrick fight. But hey, to break all this down, what exactly is the contrast between yesterday and what might happen today? Ladies and gentlemen, here's our assistant coach, Elevated, to talk about what exactly happened, as he's got a bit of a breakdown in simple words about what happened against Orangutan yesterday. Here you go.
Yeah, what's up, guys? So I wanted to just pick out a round from yesterday's match against OG that sort of encapsulated what we were seeing a lot from GE in that particular match. And I decided to go with the first map of Haven, and specifically focusing on round 19. I'm going to see here. Basically, this is a round where GE is trying to capitalize on their Sova ultimate with an early pickoff using this sort of play that I think Fnatic or maybe DRX popularized, where you dart outside of a lobby along with some pressure from the A players, and then try to catch somebody out with the tag from the recon, and then you go ahead and use the Sova dart, or the Sova ult rather, to get a quick pickoff. So now if we switch over to Battle Plan, I can kind of just illustrate the idea behind this. So the dart is going to come out, players are going to push up and take A main control early. If the attackers were to fight into this, then Sova ultimate would be here to hit as well, and the breach is in a position that they can also help stun and fight at a lobby. So it's a very strong setup for a main control. After that, you're going to see that GE is satisfied that there is no pressure at A, and so they're going to actually go ahead and rotate over towards the C side of the map for the second part of this round. And basically what's going to happen here is that OG is going to just be in a default. They're going to be playing for sort of a slower tempo round. They don't have any A control, so they're sort of forced to explore Garage and C. And GE knows that there's sort of a timing at which these players may be looking to actually push up C, because there hasn't been any noise, there hasn't been any reclear over at the A site, as noted by the Omen. We can see that the Neon's rotated over towards B, 3 players are over at C, and Omen is still spotting A. Now, what's about to happen here is basically just like a timing play. There may be a trigger of just the smoke going down that sort of lets this go, but essentially GE is going to capitalize on this timing to go ahead and combo the breach stun with a Sova ultimate to get a pickoff, dropping the spike. And then shortly after that engagement, they are going to go ahead and kind of double swing, expecting somebody to try and get the spike to get another traded kill here. Just a moment, we're going to see Udaton, LES go for 1-for-1, taking out the Sova. So we find ourselves in a 4v3 with the spike down C long. Global Esports has a pretty big advantage and should be able to close out this round. However, as we're about to see, there's a little bit more that's going to go on here. So there's the Sova ult, and then see that Poppy is still over at A long, controlling a lot of space, which is allowing GE to make this sort of stack play. But because of all the action that's happened on the map, there are some holes in the GE defense now, and OG does a good job of figuring out that B is open, and they are going to push all the way through B site to the A site, grabbing the spike along the way with the Omen ultimate and putting themselves in a pretty good spot to at least set up for a post plan. Now, obviously, as we can see on the minimap, Poppy is still controlling A long, which should be sort of like a good ace in the hole for GE to close out this round by collapsing on the site together. And this is also a pretty nice take from GE. We're going to see that they do not get surprised by OG's Neon in Heaven, and they immediately take this space away from him with a quick dash and push. So now GE has put themselves in a position where they control Heaven, they control CT, and they also control A long. This should be a pretty straightforward collapse onto the site with the 4 players against the 3 from multiple different angles. Now, what ideally would happen is that the Omen would sort of make a move right as the players from Heaven and CT are also making their move, so that the coordination is such that OG has to look in 2 directions at once. And really, it doesn't matter whether the Omen goes short or whether he goes long. Either one would get value because there's players from OG and positions that are killable by the Omen, or at least distractible or damageable. But the coordination needs to be good. And Omen does kind of have to worry about the fact that maybe somebody is still coming late because he has not heard anything middle in a while. But this trip is still up and figures that maybe somebody could still come through here. He's too far away to hear all of the noise from B, so he doesn't actually know how many players are on the site. So that's one of the reasons why we're going to see Poppy be a little bit slow to collapse on the A site. And what's going to happen here is basically the coordination is just not quite there. GE has only been playing together for a little while. Nice shot from Venka. And a second one there. And we can see that the Omen is just a little bit too far away. Has not been able to actually coordinate that at the right time. So it ends up just being a few individual fights instead of a team movement. And that's something that you are going to see from teams that are sort of newly formed and still working on those deeper bits of chemistry. And so that's going to be one of those things where you just see a little bit of mistiming, maybe some miscommunication, a little bits of the deeper chemistry that you'll see from more experienced teams who've been playing together for a while is something that a lot of these teams early on in the season are not going to be showing you, but they will get better over. So I would expect GE to continue to improve these types of situations. And hopefully today we will show a slightly tighter version of the gameplay that we showed yesterday.
Man, watching that round, while it was happening was kind of a painful one, especially given, the kind of control, as Elevated explained, right? They cleared out Heaven, they had a lot of space to gain, and those are the kind of mistakes that they were actually making, repetitively on that Haven map. But they were able to learn from it really quickly the minute they went to their own map pick. And of course, why wouldn't they? Because it is their map pick, they're a lot more prepared. And it kind of, shows the fact clearly that GE, like he mentioned, is still a team that's trying to grasp onto any route it can find of the nearest tree, and they're just trying to make their way across it. And hopefully they'll be going strength to strength starting from today itself.
Well, I mean, it's the nature of an early team, right? You're a little bit formless in the beginning. You have to put in this practice. You've got to put hours upon hours to get that repetition, to figure out how your teammates are going to be playing rotations and really drill in timing with the team, right? I think it's one of the biggest things that we can take away as a highlight from yesterday's game is essentially timing and pacing together as a team, which will only become better through experience in the officials, getting more scrims under their belt as well and fine-tuning them. So that's, one of the great purposes of a tournament like this as well. It's to get that experience under their way. Heard from Crystal earlier, right? Essentially each day it should be getting better for global esports when they're playing, when they're putting what they practice into work and then realizing after the fact where they were strong, where they were weak, and against other competition day in, day out, it really makes you change your encounters and your mind time and time again.
Absolutely. Well, let's talk to the man himself, who is going to be working with Elevated to get this squad up to its most potential form. Juvie, let's get you back on. I think Komodo's got some questions for you.
What's up, guys?
Hey, man. Yeah, I did have one, which is a bit of a fun one as well. We got a little bit of insight from Crystal earlier, but 3 core Filipinos playing against 5 Filipinos on the other side. Have you seen yet any worries or any fun banter? Because essentially, you look at it, it's, these guys were picked up over the others. So there's got to be a bit of banter here, right?
Yeah. No, I'm sure there's a little bit. Obviously, it's Poppy's old team, so I'm sure he really wants to beat them, and I'm sure they really want to beat Poppy, right? So, yeah, it should be super exciting. It should be really fun.
Well, like, Elevated mentioned, there were a couple of rounds like this, right, where Global Esports kind of, had chances to actually settle it down a lot more easier than, they did before yesterday. So what do we expect today? Are you still more comfortable with Haven? Have the mistakes been rectified? Are you okay with Haven being in the map pool today, or are you trying to avoid it?
No, I'm fully okay with Haven. The mistakes that we made in Haven have nothing to do with like the way we play. It's just nerves, right? Like nerves happen. Those kind of things are normal. First match jitters is very normal. You guys got to see us on Sunset, reset, mentally reset. We were ready to go, and I expect us to be ready to go today completely. I will say NAOS is a good team. We've definitely played them in scrim so far, and yeah, they play well for sure. So this should be a really good match.
All right. speaking about the veto, I really want to ask you. Sunset yesterday, of course, is a strong pick for you, right? But on the other flip end of this, Komodo mentioned to me off camera as well, right? They also now came off of a great Sunset game just about 2 weeks ago. So, do you feel like it's going to be a lot more competitive on your map pick itself?
Oh,
If at
I
all it
think
comes
both
to
of
it?
these. Yeah. I feel like if it does go to Sunset, yeah, I feel like it will be a little bit more competitive. Just as I said, we've played NAOS and we know they're good on like, most maps. We haven't ran into them on a map where I think they suck at. So, I think any map we end up picking this pool will definitely be a close match.
So a bunch of these players on the roster, you're always going to have players come from tier 2 into tier 1, and they see a coach who's been floating around tier 1 for a little bit. There's going to be potential disconnection and not scaredness, but involvement that they might but not be too comfortable to speak up. So how much have you actually seen from the team speaking up and having a conversation with yourself as the coach, as opposed to you just kind of telling them what to do?
No, like me as a coach, man, like I push them to speak. I push them to give their input because it's important. Like as much as I can build whatever, I want to build a system that they're comfortable in, right? You're not trying to force them to play exactly how I want to play. I want to build my system around their strengths, around what they're good at. So yeah, they've all had some input. Kelly obviously the more than
Awesome.
most, but everybody definitely has a voice in this team, and yeah, I expect that to continue and only get better and better as we go on.
All right, Jury, we're gonna have to send you off. You've got the veto coming up. Let's head straight to it.
It's not gonna freak me out this time.
All right, all the best. We'll see you there.
All right, see you guys.
Hi Juvenile, hi MX. Before I get to you guys, I need to talk to somebody. Hi chat, कैसे हो? क्या हो गया यार? इतनी चीजें बता रहे लोग तुम लोग को वैलोरेंट और गेम के बारे में और जी के फ्यूचर के बारे में, दूसरी टीम्स के बारे में. सुन लो जरा, सब्र कर लो. और उस सब के पहले भाई लाइक और सब्सक्राइब तो कर दो जल्दी. पहले वो जाके करो एंड मैं वेटो कराता तब तक, ठीक है? मेरा असली का. Joey, Amex, how are you guys? Are you guys pumped for the veto?
Yeah, always.
So okay, this is going to be the coin. This is heads. This is tails. Amex is a guest. I'm going to let him call. Amex, what will your call be? Okay, Joey, why don't you call?
All right, tails never fails once again.
Okay, tails now first. Quick. Heads it is. Amex is one. So I'm going to ask him. Amex, are you going to pick first or are you going to pick this side?
Hopefully he knows sign language. He can sign what he wants.
Do
Your
this
mic's
for
muted, my
map.
friend.
Come on, Amex. I'm waiting for you.
Technical difficulties. That happens sometimes. Don't worry, guys.
No, I'm waiting for Amex.
Make sure you allow the settings in your browser.
You can tell me what your map is, and I'll inform the producer. I'll inform the game master. No problem.
Okay. What is he doing? He's doing a map pick or he's doing a side pick?
Yeah, it's a ban. Yeah. We ban Abyss.
Okay.
NAOS
NAOS bans Abyss. Cool. Juvi, NAOS bans Abyss.
All right, we banned Bind.
You've banned Bind. What's going to be NAOS's pick? I'm waiting for NAOS's pick.
Haven or split? Pili kayo sa dalawa. Split. We're gonna pick split.
You pick split.
Yes.
Okay. Juvi, what's G going to play on split? Which side?
Start defense.
You'll play defense. You'll start with defense. Perfect. What's going to be G's pick?
Let's just run it back on Sunset again.
Sunset. Okay. Now, what side will you play on Sunset?
We're gonna go def.
You want to go
Defense.
defense?
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. What's going to be the next ban now?
I'm gonna ban Ascent.
You're going to ban Ascent? Oh, I'm looking forward to seeing that one, but okay. Juvi, your next match?
So it's going to be between Haven and Pearl. So let's go with let's fuck it. Let's run it back on Haven. I'll ban Pearl. Let's go Haven last map.
Okay, you're banning Pearl, you're going with Haven. Haven was a little tough for GE yesterday. Joey, do you think it's a wise choice?
Yeah, I feel like we didn't play bad because of any kind of map choice. We played bad because of nerves. We'll be good today.
Perfect. So best of luck to you and your boys, Joey. Best of luck to Amex and NAOS. Costas, take it away.
Luck.
Well, that was quite some veto there. Welcome to the experience, by the way, Komodo. I think that was the first time for you as well. What just happened there? Thank you, JD. Really well done on the veto. But hey, we've got Split now coming in as the first new map. And of course, we're going to be seeing Global Esports take on Sunset once again. And we end on Haven if it all goes to it. What do we feel about this?
It was a quick one to pick out Sunset there, wasn't it? So it feels like that was expected, that was going to come through. But I think I want to poke and prod a little bit more and throw a jab into that decider, Pearl and Haven. There was a bit of contemplation there for Juvenile coming in towards that one. Wasn't really sure. I'm going to paraphrase and extrapolate it. Screw it. We'll run it back on Haven. So that, to me, with that contemplation and the way that he's just said it, is he expecting Haven to come through? Is he expecting this to not go 2-0 to GE?
I'm not sure. He did, I'd say in his mind he flipped a coin between Pearl and Haven, just because he had to choose one. But Split is something I'm genuinely interested in looking, because honestly I prefer playing Split a lot, and I really love watching it as well, because I feel like it's one of those maps where you can put in a little bit more variety compared to other maps. There's no set meta for Split, right? But Sunset, Ascent, Haven even, kind of become a little bit stale. You've got the same old default comms that you can run. It's safe to play with, and we saw that yesterday as well. I'm probably going to see it today. But Split, I'm excited to see what NAOS are going to be coming, especially like you mentioned, they've got a lot of role changes since Papi has left the team. So there's a lot of players who just kind of moved their pieces around on the chessboard, and now they're going to have to take up different roles. How good are they going to be continuing these roles against a team like GE is going to be the question.
Yeah, and I think, it's one of those returning maps into the pool as well right now, where we've seen a couple more agents introduced since last time it did get played. I'm not necessarily expecting any, untoward agent picks to really be coming through into this series. I think it's going to be important for a team like Global Esports right now in their early inception to make sure that the fundamentals are going to be there. And the best way to make sure that happens is to play the meta agent comp. So if we don't get something, it means that there has already been some really large thought to how they want to play Split. And they start off on the defensive side too. So let's see if they can come out with a good strength.
Absolutely. I think the agent select should be ready. I think we should be heading into just about a couple of more seconds as the players are getting into the game, ladies and gentlemen. But we're going to be starting off on Split. Global Esports, once again, on defense on this map, of course, which has historically been considered to be a pretty defensively sided map. Split. What do you think Global Esports might, go for? Do you think we might see Kelly S pick up the Razor? Is it going to be Patrick Hu itself, who of course is the designated duelist? Yes, but we've seen Kelly S play Raze in the past as well. And he's actually also pretty great at that agent.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind a double duelist coming through from them, but I'm getting already the structure that they're not going to be running a double duelist, right? It's going to be a little bit more thought out and strategized as a plan. So maybe we are just getting onto the single. Maybe we're getting a little bit more flex with the initiators. I got to say, for me, I don't know if it's the duelist that I'm really going to be too excited for on this one specifically. I think I'm more excited to see Crystal pushed off the Sova, for an example, and potentially bring back out the Fade, because we know that that's an agent that gets played, or whether or not it's going to change into a Sky, and he's going to have to bring out something new and adapt on towards that. I think that is more of the kind of thoughts where I'm going towards for a pick like this one. But then again, you also got to consider on the flip side, right, with Papi coming on towards Global and the role shifts that we're seeing on for NAOS, what does Split look like for them as well? Jar stepping into the controller role, are they just going to be running a single Omen, or are they changing it up as well potentially? So there's a lot of unknowns at the moment that off-season events do get us a little bit of a taste for, and we're going to be able to finally see it between these two.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just gonna have a quick look at what exactly was the last time NAOS played on Split. They did have a double duelist themselves. I can see it right now. They played a Sky. They had a Raze and Jet with a Cypher and Omen. So they did play
Yeah.
double duelist for the last 8 times that they've played this, and the most recent one I think was just about 3 months ago. About 3 months ago. So it's been a while since they've played this map, but double duelist seems to be where they might end up going, unless of course the change of Poppy, heading out has put a kind of spanner in that work.
I wouldn't be surprised thinking about it now as well if we actually see a really old composition come out for global esports. We've seen a lot of teams shy away from the Sage, right? But we know that Crystal is an actual Sage player once upon a time. Still Sova being the preference. If you bring out Sova on Split, I'm asking questions. I'm always going to ask questions. But I wouldn't actually be surprised if we get that, or maybe even a Chamber. I mean, try and flex on towards that. I think that's where it's going to be interesting. But to steer back on towards the NAOS side of things, even though they're changing one player in a couple of roles, the majority core 4 still know how they operate on those previous agents, right? So that kind of is the no-brainer to shift a player here and there in a role, a new player come in, but for the remaining, it'll be like 2 or 3, they're going to be playing the same role, right? So I think that does make a lot of sense to, again, really get the fundamentals down pat for these new rosters.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that you would expect, that Crystal's going to probably play on that initiator role, in most sense, I mean, Skylar Fade. But if he picks the Sova, then there's definitely some thought behind it in the sense that, they want to keep him on the Sova because he's so effective with that agent, no matter what the map it is. Or, like you just mentioned, Chamber. Honestly, I would not be opposed to see Crystal on a Chamber, man. I think he would rock that role.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking for Utitan as well, right? Are we getting the Cypher, which is still one of the normal mainstream agents coming on towards Split? Are we going a little bit out and beyond onto a Killjoy? Are we getting a Vice? I think that would be really interesting if we are starting to cook with some new different agents as well. If you are running, the Sage, you don't necessarily need to see the Cypher, so you can be a little bit more relaxed and assistive on potential flash variety. So I think there is a lot to kind of theorize when it comes toward this one, but for a completely new roster, right, coming onto a map that's still technically one of the newer ones back in towards the pool, there is a lot of questions that you can raise and theorize. I think, though, from what we're hearing from Crystal earlier, they are kind of ready for this, right? They're figuring out what they needed to after yesterday's game. We hear it from the coach as well. It's not their tactics or anything that is lacking, right? It's just a little bit of that chemistry and cohesion in timing. So you pick that back up. A map like Split starting off on the defensive side here, Uni. I mean, pistol, bonus, you get those 3 over the line and you're kind of laughing.
Yeah, I'm really going to expect Global Esports to at least look at an 8-4 as a minimum success before they head into the second half, because it's not going to be easy, attacking on Split, especially against an experienced team, which clearly has been together for a lot longer, barring the one player change that they've got, of course, in the hands of NAOS. So I expect NAOS to do, really good on their map pick. This is, of course, what they're comfortable with. But Global Esports, I expect them to give just as much of a fight. And because they're starting off on defense, I would say anything less than an 8-4 it will be a little concerning for the second half for me.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking toward it as well, and actually remembering Papi, clutch percentage, and Split go hand in hand, right? That was a very large successive stat that, we see for their Split success time and time again. So you remove, your kind of star from the equation, you're left for the remaining guys to really pick up the pace, to step up, to get those clutches, or to not even see those clutches be required, where you, again, flip it on over to its head for Global, where you've got the clutch minister coming in towards your side right now on this map, right? So he can fall back onto, those common tendencies and those common success rates. So I think that's where it's going to be really interesting.
Yeah, all right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. You can see it on the player screen as well. We're going to be heading straight into the game. And here is a really interesting set of comps. Both teams have opted for a Viper, and it's a single... No, forgive me. I was going to say single controller. Never mind. Oh my god, flashbacks. Double controller, of course, on both sides. I got an Astra on one, Omen on the other. A double duelist as well for the side of NAOS, as they're going to be going for that Jet and Race combo. But... it's a lot more aggressive. No Sentinel on NAOS. Pretty, they've piqued my interest now. I'm really curious to see how they're gonna play this out.
Yeah, I think Xavier is going to have a little bit more autonomy to play into the Viper, specifically tendencies and drawing out on this attacking side. But you flip on over, and I mean, we are getting the Sova to come through. On split, it's always one of these questionable scenarios, but we know how powerful Crystal can be with this agent, and more importantly for the rest of the squad, how they're going to play around it as well, now that the Neon has actually been played as the solo duelist.
Yeah, well, he is here, Patrick. It's a pretty heavy stack on that B Heaven and Vent side, but now it's actually have a little bit of alert coming in. Yuta spotted it, and back they come from Vent, and there's a trade, 1-for-1, almost got taken out there, Patrick. But the agent comes in right towards mid once again. Next he gets one. Poppy with the trade, and it's going to be Emin to make sure that the B side is going to be empty for the taking. The plan's definitely going to come down. It's a 2v3, but he might have a jump on them here. Patrick, will he be able to stop the planner? No, he will not. He's going to walk out hurt. The drop down gets the first, swings out for the other. Not too aware of the pillar position. Now it's a 1v2. It's all on Yuto. Cage trigger. Oh, he's gonna stick it. He's gonna stick it. Is he actually gonna stick it all the way?
Oh.
But no cigar. It's gonna be Xavi coming in from mid just in time to secure that round for NAOS.
Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate. I was looking on towards the radar as well, and there was that potential alert coming through from Xavi way late into the piece as well, so you technically only needed to see Eman buy some time on those rotations. I was also kind of interested to see how Papi's playing around it, because they're opting for the Astra to, again, play a little bit more autonomy. We're going to see a lot of this off-action gameplay potentially come from a lot of these members on the Global Esports squad. And as you mentioned as well, you know, running Sentinel-less over on the attackers, it means that they're going to have to get a little bit more spread around the map and picking and choosing where they want to take their fights, what information they want to be using. And I wouldn't actually mind seeing them go a little bit quicker as well, right? You've got the standard ability of putting the flash with double duelist to get in your face very quickly. You can play with the up and down of the wall over to the A site. It is just the second round, of course, though, Uni, and we've got this B stack to come out from Global Esports. 9 times out of 10, 99 times out of 100. It should be NAOS winning this sort of round. And yeah, well, they're just going to path correctly to the other side of the map, and they're going to see no one home.
Yeah, there's just one camera there from Yuto who's left it just in case anybody comes through, and I'm pretty sure that they've spotted it as well. Yep, it's been taken out, and that's going to give the cue to Global Esports. This is going to be an A hit, but they're still going to stick around, expecting it to be a fake, most likely. But not going to be the case now. Still giving them the respect, playing it really quiet here. They're just going to walk through as they've gotten a free sight in their hands. They still look at. They're actually really, you know, careful about how they hit it, even if Global Esports are on eco.
Yeah, well, this is one of the things when you've got the solo initiator as well, right? When you've only got a Trailblazer and 2 flashes, if you're sacrificing them into the site, there's still a couple of angles that they could be hiding towards. So you do have to cut a couple of corners in this agent selection that NAOS have found, as we now switch on to just damage allocation for Global.
Yeah. Well, he does have that one disgusting weapon, which of course is one of his best attributes. The Bucky, he's gonna get into the site, slides down, nobody on elbow, but there is a trade. Crystal and Mosier exchange one, and yes, gets another, one after the other. For keeping their mark here, and they're finding 3 weapons down. Honestly, that's a great eco from them. Even the Elevator told it yesterday when he was on, you know, the stream. He mentioned that he considers a good eco round on any day to be at least 3 kills coming out of that, and you know, hopefully just dropping the main rifles. So this is actually a decent damage round for them.
Yeah, you force a lot more investment into this bonus round as well, right? It will be a little bit assisted for the guys over on NAOS, so they did get that plant down as well. But when you're considering Bucky getting a kill and a couple of classics in there as well, you're getting this extra utility on the side of Global coming into this 3rd round, where it should lean a little bit more heavily in their favor. We're already seeing a little bit of spread action around the map in the exploratory form of the early rounds from NAOS, so I wouldn't expect really anything too different on the back of that, as they are all grouped up over at A main at the moment, the wall blocking over with that dart, and no immediate rotations from Global Esports. They're playing a lot more reactive at the moment instead of gaining that initiative to get some forward action, because they really only do have what the recon dart from Crystal can find.
Yeah. They were hoping that Yuto might get one through the wall. That wall they were mostly was going to end up working against NAOS there if somebody would have got detected, but they're going to hold on. Cypher Cam, as we ourselves are watching what's going on with it. Here goes the Trailblazer. He needs to clear up any close tripwires. If he's detected, he's going to be having a lot of pressure. Come on, him! He's moving around his own cages here, but Xavi still found one, and Yudo trades back. It's still going to be NAOS in control, though. They've traded, and here comes Patrick. Spot one on top. The other one's going to blast a bunch of bullets into his face, and it's going to be Mosier punishing him with his own favorite weapon. And once again, it's Global Esports on the back foot here. A 2 versus 3. The plant's going to go down, open for main. And it's up to the Clutch Kings here to bring it back for Global.
Yeah, you got to wait to see what Poppy Smokes are going to be able to do right now as well. But they really need to get this crossfire into the mix together, and it's just not going to work out, is it? Nexi, right position, right timing as well, and at the end, it feels all too clinical, Uni, for them to close that one out over on the side of NAOS too, because you just look at the beginning engagements, right? They're settled, they wait out Crystal's utility, he moves away from the action, and then you're putting in a Trailblazer with both of your duelists going in towards the site, clearing everything out, and just speed in towards the side as well, to get up close and personal in your face with the Bucky. So kind of difficult for Global to counter that, unfortunately.
Yeah, honestly, it's a big round for NAOS to actually win this one, because they're going to put up maybe 4 on the back of this. And on attack, getting 4 in the first half itself, in the first 4 rounds, is a big win on split. Unless, of course, we see Global Esports turn up the heat in the next couple of rounds. But this is right now NAOS's playground, and they're showing why they picked this map.
Yeah, there's a lot more of a premium on Crystal's utility being successive as well, because you can't really just rely upon the Cypher camera to be playing back either. It needs to be forward to gain early information, because you immediately see 1 player on side of Global Esports spotting out 2 in mid, and that's cause for immediate rotations over to the B site, expecting that there might be a bit of a pinch coming in towards it. This is one of the deficits on this roster of agents that Global is seeing. They have to be bodies to secure information. They can't rely on utility to do it, really.
Yeah. At this point, that's a big kill, Yudo. He's going to get away with that. Could even pick up the orb and go to the orb, but no, he's got pressure coming in from heaven. They do have the ultimate coming in, and there's Lightning Strike, Overdrive, gets the one, and this is a big round changer. It always has been, but the instant rotation from NAOS coming in towards the B side, they're running in towards B heaven. They've got Mojo here to take the charge, but he's gone down a little bit. He's down to half HP. Poppy's ready for it. If he can get this one, it's going to be a big kill. They turn around, the flash comes in. There comes once again. It's going to be Patrick, but NAOS jumped down like a waterfall with all their members, and they find it. It's a 1v1. Time of the essence. He needs to stick this plant now, Nexi. He spotted Yudo.
Oh, did he see him? He saw him.
Yeah, he did. It's gonna come down the wire here. He's gonna have to stick it. Cam goes out. He's gonna try and take it out, but the tag comes in. Yudo plays it safe, holds on for a second, spots him again, and he clutches it out. It's gonna be a Global Esports round. We saw something similar yesterday. We're gonna see something again today. Once again, the incision point being that overdrive from the Neon.
I mean, what did we hear early on in the piece with our input of the coaches, right? We heard that it's going to be your duelist to find the space with the team on the sides, and it's going to be your sentinel to solo find their space and find their impact, their frags around every other part of the map. And that's exactly what we see from Yudatan at the end there. The 1 versus 1 coming forward. But the heavy lifting, really, the information that they spotted out early, having the right players at the right time and stalling NAOS from flooding out heaven. I was concerned for Papi overstaying his welcome, playing towards hell, but he did what was required. Some damage, some time buying for the team to rotate and get the job done. Now you shift into a quick A creep from NAOS up through towards ramp to find full control, but immediately initiative up through mid from Global as well. They know that they have the rotation covered.
I've got your trail.
Yeah, Crystal's actually in a great position, and he's going to be able to find one. Does not follow for the second. Yudo still on side, uses his cases to protect himself for the moment, but somehow it was Patrick's fault, not expecting somebody on side. Yudo goes out of the smoke. Unfortunately, could not have done anything else. Xavi was ready for him right there. And Kelly on the flank might just be found. No, he's going to be taken out. Xavi's gone. And that is a flank they need to worry about now. Once heaven, the heal comes back. The Regoat is going to help Mosier just get ready for any more fights. He does have a nade still to keep pressure on towards Poppy if he decides to come into CT, and that's exactly what he's done. But now it is a clear 2v3. Poppy, a lot of stars being deployed here. We smoke, the stun goes through, and there it helps Kelly. He gets the first, but they don't know Mojo's here. Poppy needs to check this, and he will. It's come down to just Nexi now. Smokes the entire site, keeps himself healthy, does not get the follow spray through. It's going to
Come
be
now, come on,
Poppy
defuse.
once again clutching for his team. This time against his ex-team,
Yeah.
and I'm pretty sure they're not going to be happy about that.
I mean, we talk about Papi, right? The clutch rate that he comes through, where required at the end. Though, not for a lack of effort from Nexi. The 1 versus 2, playing around his opponent's utility, dropping down a dark cover for himself, an opportunity if he wants to relocate into that one as well, but takes the angle. Gotta say, that was a 2 versus 3 conversion in the end that we do see from Global Esports. Papi having Cosmic Divide available too, reminder, but not using it. So some great communications you would expect in that scenario for the 2 remaining guys to get the job done at the end there to still keep this map in contention, right? 2 rounds in a row, both defuses. We're seeing NAOS get in towards these sites, but we're not seeing them with enough players, with enough space beforehand to lock it down. So will that change now going into this new 6th round? They're going up through the guts of mid. They're pushing Global Esports back already, and the hunt is actually on to Kelly S. He has to give up full control of vents, so you can pause if you are NAOS right now. You can look for a bit of a reset. That's quite unfortunate for you, Dotan.
Yeah, he gets the favor return that he delivered to Xavi 2 rounds ago on that eco round. That's what started off this 2-round haul. There he is, Patrick finding the trade-off on the other side of the map for what was lost. And now
it's a counter 2 though, Uni.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Counter 2. He saw both of them. They have to still be quite paranoid that there might be a flank because they saw that Xavi 8K was running away from the opponents, running away from the teammates there. Now they've found him. Okay, advantage. Hunter's Fury, actually, if you want, for Crystal to rip.
Indeed. They do have the Cosmic. Yeah, as soon as I mention it, it comes right down. Stars across to make sure that they don't get any room to play with. They spotted Mojer, and there comes another one as well. He's going to come into Hunter's Fury here just to give them space and the commotion to move in.
Ooh.
He's going to tag Mojer, but Shah, he's holding actually a pretty great position. He could get into a nice little hole here and find themselves around, and they will. The crossfire, the triple crossfire. One from CT, one from Heaven, and one from the back of the side. Really great post-line positions here from NAOS as they find themselves on number 4.
I gotta say, that is a gorgeous pick of plant position from NAOS at the end there as well. Recognizing the fact that they've lost control of Garage when that kill comes through on towards Nexi. Recognizing that Xavi AK is no longer near the action as well. You can't be planting in a default spot. You know that the Hunter's Fury, rather the Cosmic Divide at that point in time, is normally going to be placed to offset that main spam line, right? It's going to generally be planted for main if you've got full control of the site. So just the quick recognition for the guys over on NAOS to plant over towards side spawn instead, it really throws a spanner in the works for what Global tried to do. You could immediately see as soon as the Cosmic Divide went down, they charged to try and get on the spike defuse at that default spot. And, well, what do you know? The spike wasn't there.
Yeah. You know, it was actually really smart play from NAOS to plant it all the way so deep, right at the edge of, you know, where the spawn cavity is. And they just got Mojer to take in all of the attention. Ja was untouched by the Hunter's Fury. He played at the edge of that, you know, wall, expecting somebody to walk in there. But it was such a great, you know, play from Eman because he kept the attention continued onto Mojer, because the minute Mojer got tagged by the Hunter's Fury, there's a flash that came in from Heaven, and Ja went completely undetected, and he found 2 there. Followed up, of course, by his
It's great.
Yeah,
it's great movement from Moja as well on the raise kit, just to make sure that he is, getting around that. I got to say as well for Eman, really great playing around this regrowth. As we'll put a pause on that one because we do have some space and control over in B main. There is some significant damage to 2 of these members on Global Esports already.
Yeah, a lot of it. They've set up the bucket a little close by getting those smokes down. Now it's exploring every part of the map at the moment. Once again, Xavi back on his alert towards A. He's going to just hold on to that as Patrick is eager to find somebody just jiggle in and let Poppy do take the first contact, and he shoots on the back of it. The regrowth is here once again. Got to clutch this piece of utility.
Exactly what I wanted to highlight was the time that the Eman has been always finding for the regrowth to come on out. But now when pressure starts to build, Uni, we're seeing a little bit of ill-advised duels from Global Esports, sticking around against these primary rifles when they don't really have enough to be able to throw at it. And you've also then got a gap in case things do start to come back towards the A site. 40 seconds? An opportunity still, but it kind of really just depends on what Udatan can do over at the A side.
Yeah, Xavi's still not made any peeksy whatsoever on that A side. He's not been
30
spotted.
seconds
I think he was just now. I just saw a fading question mark towards A main, but he's gotten away from there. And now know for a fact that this B side is a lot more easily, conquerable from them. But Crystal, he's checking corners, get the one big kill that he needs. He's got a neural theft as well. If he decides to go down towards the inside, he could actually pick up 2 weapons.
Yeah.
Spike planted.
You might have to Viper's Pit here as well if you are now. I mean, you want a little bit of the protection because this is where things get a bit risky in the 3 versus 3, and you've given guns over 2 global.
Yeah, look at the positions. Neurodeath comes in, and now they know this is going to be mostly a main hit. There they spot. This should be a CT take, but Kelly, his position is going to be paramount. And like you said, there comes the pit, but it's already given up 1. Mosier's gone. Emin's going to have to play around, but he cannot. It's all into Xavi to keep this pit alive, to keep his team alive for this round. It's a counter Viper pit coming from Kelly. The IGL's going to stick it, but time is of the essence here. He needs to play again quickly. Xavi gets Kelly, and that's going to drop it down. But Crystal, once again with the clutch, but there is no time. It doesn't matter how much he sits there to try and defuse it. It's not going to work out. A round really costly for Global Esports as well. Even though they drained out, that Viper Spit from NAOS, they lost the neural theft and their own Viper Spit, and now they've got no ultimate economy.
Yeah, quite expensive for themselves as well. I was really questioning as soon as I saw Kelly S going for that Viper's Pit as well, because it was Kelly and it was Crystal who were relatively low before even getting into that environment, right? So that's what you're kind of considering. Okay, they're 2 players low in the pit, counter pitting. It's an open plant, spammable from side spawn. That is extremely risky to go for that in the end there. And yeah, Crystal gets the trade, but too little too late in that point in time. So now it's starting to really build up a great padding on this attacking side right now, but a shutdown in the B main immediately. Oh, wow. And now this is where I say settle down. You've got the advantage. You don't need to give anything up.
Okay, he finds Kelly in an awkward position. But Patrick, once again, ready for the aim. NAOS will find a little bit of an opening towards the A side. Yudo and Xavi have their constant fight going on at that A main. It's going to be Xavi coming out on top once again. But Crystal's there to try and make sure that there's no more penetrations on that side of the map. Whereas, look at him, and he's actually crawled in. He's got a lot of information here. He could call Xavi to just come back to the B side once he gets a little more deeper, and that's exactly the call. Look at him. Xavi's already made his way into...
It's not only Emon's information as well. It's the fact that the call from Xavi is that Crystal is still over at A. That they know that it is maximum 2 players over at B. It's why you've got the solo pathing. You clear everything out. I would not be surprised right now if Emon gets the plant and then hits the Seekers to see if there's any late flanks coming through. If there's anyone coming through that's really close to protect it on the plant. Because this is that gamble rotation over for Global Esports, and it's okay, it's very valid because they've still got the player advantage, but 20 seconds to go, now you start to consider, okay, have we potentially opened up to a B main flank? Because this smoke, it throws a bit of a spanner in the works again. You have to consider it. I'm expecting the speakers to be ripped from Eman, and they are.
Yeah, there they are. Now they know that all 3 are here, and it's going to be a all-out growl, but Crystal!
What a shot!
The Phantom Curse! The Phantom Curse hits him, and Eman's going to have to fight it out. He will not be ready for it. The recon does wonders. Lets Patrick stabilize at the last second there. And it's Global Esports making a good decision to just stick together, not leaving anybody on B. The decision to make sure that both, Patrick and Poppy just come back, play with Crystal, and not really give anything to Eman to play with was actually, paramount. Because if Eman had gotten even 1 kill, it would have been a 2v2, real difficult because Crystal's on the other side of the map.
It's just playing strength in numbers at that point in time as well. You're either playing a full retake with a player advantage, or you're having all your members there for a battle and to justify getting trades very rapidly, right? So really nicely done for Global Esports to just make sure they're all on the same page at that point in time. And I will still say a valiant effort for NAOS, the caveat being a very big Phantom versus Vandal diff in one of those decisive duels as well.
Yeah.
As we still keep things competitive here, now structuring up for, yet again, some great ramp control that kind of does have to be respected.
Crystal where he just knows, doesn't he? He knows he does that recon, came up close with that, a little bit of that tangent. But look at his position. He's actually kind of crawled in to win.
Yeah, but he can't do anything with it, really.
Yeah.
That's the problem. So we'll have to see a little bit of lull in action now come through. Although, with that drone, actually, there is timing. The camera didn't even spot our Jar. Unfortunately, Crystal was ready with the gun, but just not available for that one. And now it's a little bit more awkward for Patrick, isn't it? Because they're like ships in the night. They pass each other in darkness, but 2 versus 2 now. Eman, he could win a potential 1 versus 1.
Oh,
Patrick, what a shutdown on that shot. Uni, now it's all on to Poppy.
Yep. It's all onto him once again. It's a 1v2. Yesterday it was Crystal. Today it has to be Poppy. Emin's pretty low, so that is a takeable duel at the moment. He needs to just find him because he knows he's low. He knows that one's on site. Time to find the other. Got a good start in. Try to maybe seize him, make him feel uncomfortable. There goes the stun, and one way as well. He's trying to confuse him about his own position, but Emin's ready for it, for him to push in from CT. There's every corner. Time working against him. The faster he needs to move right now is the better it'll be for him to secure this round. There's the sound, but takes out his knife in the last second there. Not expecting somebody to be watching the outing there. It's going to be number 6 for NAOS. And I'm going to say, Komodo, this is a little concerning given 6 on split on attack is amazing.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, I'm looking at Poppy as well, and I had a bit of a thought. Have we actually ever seen him play on the Astra? And the answer is no, right? So there's a little bit of that agent exploration that you have to come in towards it. And again, perfect tournament to be able to do so, right? When you're trying to figure out things in an official capacity with a team, what works, what doesn't work, changing agents, you know, is there role comfort for Poppy on the Astra? At the moment, it doesn't really feel like there is too much of it. He's out of the action a lot of times, but for right now, I mean, who is feeling comfortable? It's that man right there. It's Patrick. With that bucket, it's Crystal with the Sheriff. Disregard the Sova. It's a 5 versus 3 and an opportunity for Global Esports to actually pick apart this round.
Player standing. Recovering it.
Look at the recovery, man. That is clinically insane. I'm not gonna lie. From the 5 versus 3 onto the 2 members to just run that one back for the side of NAOS. Yeah, that one is real interesting.
Careful.
Should have been around for NAOS to be able to get that one back.
Right here.
We'll have to see, coming into this freshie,
right here,
if Global is going to be able to at least make it interesting and bring us back onto the 7-5. Again, a couple of these ultimates that they do have in possession, but once again, I got to say, the amount of space that they keep getting up towards the ramp for now, so I'm surprised that there's no real connections on that Hunter's Fury coming through. You've already got the creep up through mid as well. Patrick isn't able to find too much there, but Yudo Tan on towards next here. You start to get a little bit more information, but once again, just the trades, the battles in 2 separate parts of the map. Jar doubling down. And it's once again onto Crystal and Poppy to see if they can recover this one. Great positioning from Crystal, actually. It'll be unexpected, but maybe spotted out. The answer is going to be no. The one onto Emma, not the second. On towards Jar, who's looking for the 4K. And it will be Poppy just again. He can't get that one. A 4K from Jar going above and beyond. Now certainly putting in a solid effort on split.
I'm back. Am I back? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Welcome back.
All right. Thank you. All right, I'm back. Sorry, small little technical glitch on my end, but another round for now, as it seems, should have gone around. I actually kind of missed a bunch of that round because it's trying to just reconnect. But we're here on the final round. A bunch of ultimates to work with over here for NAOS. Actually, this should be anything but a GE round at this point, by the looks of it at least. An aggressive mid-take, it seems. There comes the ultimate, and G just commit to the fight. Moser finds 2, but Patrick gets a little too ambitious there. Slid out of his B-main side to find a kill. It's gonna be the Seekers committed, but to no avail. The enabler here, the double kill comes out. It's gonna be Evan to find the trade. He's got a Yudo up against him. Out goes the flash. He's a blind man here, but somehow okay.
Spike down mid.
And at the end of it all, it trickles down to a quiet 1v1, which, well, after a pretty chaotic mid attack.
It's all really down to timing and experience and a little bit of luck at this point as well. You've got your utility still set over at the A side if you are Udaton, but you sit back a little bit. You let Xavi kind of reveal himself at the moment, though I did just notice that Xavi is one away from Viper's Pit. So if the plant does come down, there's not a lot that Udaton's going to be able to figure out. I'm also seeing from that mid duel something that Moja's been doing really well so far is finding immediate space on this raise.
Oh, yeah.
And something that Patrick, I'll give some free analysis to them right now. Every time we see a kill from Patrick, he always doubles down and goes for a slide in for a second one almost immediately.
Yeah.
And he's bitten off more than he can chew once again. So there's a little bit of free gimme. That one needs to be reeled in just a tad.
Yeah, Xavi's made his way to the B site now. He's going to clear every corner. Does he push up towards CT? No, he will not. He's going to just plant it down as his smoke is going to cover him up for just a couple of seconds. The Viper's Pit, as it comes up, goes down just as quick as GE find a 4th round. You know, I did mention before the game that it would be great for GE to find the 8-4. Would be the minimum for them. It seems like they heard the opposite.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. And that's just, again, Valorant experience at the end there for Udotan too, right? In recognizing the fact that the plant goes down, the pit will be available. You've got that deploy time that it comes through, which you pretty much usually guarantee to kill unless that body gets the better of you. So, well done at the end to bring a sense of stability to the all but shambles defensive side for Global Esports. And as we just peek into this scoreboard, look at old mate Patrick at the top. He's currently on 16 frags on that side. He's putting in his effort. Just the rest of the team, it's got to come together. And this attacking side is honestly going to be quite brutal if they're not layering their utility quite nicely. Because a single spot of information and a single duelist for entries with, by the way, 0 flash ability, that is a little bit of a worry for me.
Yeah, it seems like they got a set play over here. Kellyus is lining up for Molly, and he's going to go down right at the back of the side. Oh, there he goes. It's going to be Patrick once again, leading the charge for his team. A great setup of Poppy, but Ja instantly trades back a double!
No way!
And a triple! Oh my god, these duelists are exchanging it all, and it's going to be a running around blinded Neon to allow Kellyus find a distracted Emin. What the hell just happened?
That's crazy. That is crazy shots from Jar, but I think more importantly, that's Global Esports showcasing a full set prepared execute on towards that B site. You can see the combination of Snakebite and Gravity Well to offset the opponents, making them vulnerable by 2 pieces of utility no matter what, allowing Patrick to rapidly run on in, to slide around the site as well to get the kills where required, because you've got no vision from the top of the site with the smokes that are down. You've got no straight shots on the bottom of the site. If you're vulnerable, you're dead very quickly. So that was really nicely done from Global, and technically Ace also stolen at the end there by Kelly. But hey, look, it's okay. They got the pistol, right?
Yeah, they did. Now it's going for a quiet mid attack on contact. Smoke's gonna go up. It's gonna be Patrick once again. No, actually, it's gonna be Crystal supporting him there. And the other two, there's 2 more here. They're holding on a crossfire. Potential for them to actually drop a couple of weapons if they peek together. And it seems like they are gonna be doing it, but it only reports. Okay, 1, 2. No way, Xavi. How do you get 3? Yudo's
That's a free gun, by the way.
Yeah,
The
well,
enemy
they
was
traded off. Yeah, for sure they win the round, but that is an expensive round for Global Esports.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, you know, you think about what we saw in the first half, right? 3 kills in that second round can certainly have an impact coming in towards the bonus, but we also have to consider that NAOS did win that bonus round pretty convincingly, mind you. So there's a lot more pressure on Global Esports right now to ensure that they are also dotting I's, crossing T's, and how they're navigating this round, because they're going to be up against the better weaponry. They're going to have a bit of lacking utility for their own. I mean, I'm looking at the light shields. You got 2 Spectres carrying over. You got 2 Guardians as well. You're kind of expecting maybe some early set of utility that you need to force them back. But Hello Sunshine over in the distance, ambitious from Jar. Look where he's died. He has been flashed in and pushed very deep. And now you say goodbye to Nexi. Long range from the Spectre. Okay, hello, Global. This is now their round for the taking.
Well, I'm pleasantly surprised that they're doing exactly what NAOS did in their first half. The third round, Xavi does get the trade on though. And that stopped the plant for a couple of seconds. Mojo is going to deny it a little bit longer with his nade. The pain chills making it a little bit easier for his teammates to kind of come closer. And now they've got that Sky who can support them with the utility, and there it goes. It tags Trailblazer. It's gonna be the fingers that gonna pop lightning strikes, and there he goes, putting extra pressure on NAOS. Patrick Does he need to overextend? Just hold on. No, he can do it. He's going to go all by himself. And he secures now another big round from Global Esports here, especially the first 2 kills that came through. Ja overextending and then Killius with a long-range Spectre. Really good stuff. But also, I would say, you know, kind of got lucky that, you know, it was NAOS kind of giving those duels to them for almost free.
Well, there was a small turning point in the round actually at the end there as well. The fact that Moja's blast pack nearly offsets Patrick's aim enough that the kill goes the other way, and then you're looking at nearing that equalization because it was really Patrick finding a lot of that damage and time before the spike play goes down. So for Global Esports, a little lack of stability to bring that one through, and now they're knocking at the door of NAOS. It's 1 round difference. It's a bit more of that mid exploration again, the standard default across the map for Global. And just the how do you do peaks to come through from NAOS, who do have this round to have a little bit of a conversation to be had, right? These 3 little lower equipped rounds, you can use them to get your thoughts in order on how you want to navigate it a little bit later. Uni, so far you've seen that Yudatan is primarily lurking over towards this ace fight. Secured that he's here by the cage, but by the flash as well. A significant shot on towards MR2, but if he keeps on going, there's an opportunity for Jar to find him and steal now that Vandal.
Yeah, he's got a weapon to work with, but Nexi, the longer he can delay this B hit, the better for Ja to actually rotate and come in. The flash is going to help him a little bit, but again, in the blind, in the darkness, once again, it's going to be Patrick who strikes. Mosier going with a bucket, missing his shot. Well, not going to connect to the point where he wants to give enough damage, and it's just the Patrick who's show right now. Ja is going to try and contest that, give his own little mark on the round, but it's not going to be enough. 8-8, Global Esports almost seemed like there was never a deficit with how quickly these 4 rounds have gotten by.
Yeah, it definitely feels like they've got a little bit more preparation in towards their attacking side on Split just by armchair analysis at the moment. They've got a lot of these timing executes down pat. They've got a lot on how they want to play their lurks for Yudotan. But more importantly, just the reactiveness at the moment that we're seeing from the duelists on both of these sides has been really important. We've got Patrick who's dashing and sliding and being very reactive, but we've got also Moja. Yeah, the kills aren't really showing it, but the mechanics of trying to fly around and trying to find a couple of these duels, he's losing them, so maybe reel it back a little bit, but hey, a point for effort.
He's got an operator out this time, by the way. Shah was holding in for this while on towards mid, and now he's just kind of rotated away, and he's not going to be... Okay, he is! Udo should have gotten that kill there.
Hey.
Unfortunately, Shah was just a little too quick.
Once again, it's just Yudatan lurking by himself over at the ace site. He's been rinsed and repeating this time and time again, so it's only a matter of time before he kind of was reeled into a false sense of security, which is exactly what happens there with Jar on the operator, who now secures extra space at a forward line, hearing that Heaven is vulnerable, Ramp is going to be vulnerable in a few mere moments. So they do have to start to piece together extra information. That's why you see the creep up from NAOS in towards the garage at the moment. The idea is that that is a weak spot. They're losing mid. You've got to pick up the space elsewhere. And Harpy, now, he secures it. Do not fight again. Your team needs your smokes.
Yeah, but he's getting pushed upon. I'm not sure he expects the full angle. He does in the end restabilize his aim. Gets the one. But Global Esports extending elsewhere, and they've lost Poppy in towards mid as well. He's gonna put the spike down as Global Esports now in a 4v2. He's gonna need to win this first duel here. Crystal, he overextends once again. Now he's ready for it, and now it's a Patrick, and he cannot do anything either. A big, I would say, sigh of relief for NAOS here winning this round, because they were letting Global Esports dictate the pace of the game. And to be fair, Global Esports, pretty much across the entire first 4 rounds, they've been playing that contact burst kind of play. It's been mostly their execute coming on the back of the minute it's going to be Patrick or Crystal's drone that finds the contact. The minute that happens,
dip into Raising Cane's for something.
Patrick really well, and it's been Crystal as well, who's kind of swinging out the same angles, and the rest is just letting Patrick being set up by the utility that Poppy's putting down to just kind of suffocate these players of NAOS on that B site mostly.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm looking on towards that round. Finally, we do get one back over towards NAOS, but I'm thinking more importantly, the building of that lurk from Udotan now. I thought they'd be able to play it a little bit differently, a little bit slower, and keep a body from NAOS eyed on towards that potential later lurk, but an immediate challenge from Jar, an immediate dispatchment, and an immediate head scratcher for Global Esports. What do you want to do to try and get back in towards this one, right? You're going to have to play on the back of a little bit of timing on this toxic screen. There's a gap in it, which does allow Crystal to escape. But once moreover, Yutatan, again, is just going to have to shift into this really late lurk. So you're essentially looking at a 3 versus 5 where the action is concerned.
Yeah, Yudo's just trying to keep them busy on the A side, taking out the Trailblazer, putting down the tripwire just to give a little bit of sound cue, but NAOS are not feeding any sort of attention to that. They've already gotten Xavi to keep his eye on mid. Emmon's considering a move back towards B, but Yudo still doing as much as he can. He's getting up close now as well. Could crawl into Wentz, maybe find the timing.
There's the info.
Yeah, there comes the flash on B main though. Nexi gonna go down, couldn't find the proper fight, and Kellyus snaps on Mosier as well. And one by one, it's gonna be the bricks falling the way of Global Esports as they build a perfect architectural piece here of this round.
Top fragger over for NAOS though. 48 HP, gonna always be a difficult one, as Papi can rely upon that star on the spike in case it does come into play. But the little later lurk that won't be spotted out by the drone Jar. He first has to dispatch of Papi to even get a chance in towards this one. And the time's just ticked away.
Yeah, he just needs to hope that he can probably drop a couple of weapons here, but GE not even going in his general direction. They're all just going to head out from mid. Jar's probably going to have to die to the spike here. Does he have a weapon? I'm not sure he has. I think he does have a weapon. Yeah, he does have a weapon.
He's just going to fall away and play it for the next round as well, right? So I'm looking at this round and I'm looking at a little bit of timing and required timing from Global 2. If Crystal loses that duel, you can see the fallback from towards the site, and you can see a little bit more of a premium on waiting for Yudotan's flank to come through in the expectation that it will as well, right? So that first kill that actually comes through from Crystal is paramount to their success to be able to get into the site, because you can't reset if you lose him in that position as well. There's 30 seconds to still try and get some players in towards the site, and you're not doing it at an advantage anymore. You're doing it at more of a deficit than an equalization. So really important that, you know, that's one, but also that they mitigate those sort of circumstances as much as possible going into these forward rounds. You don't want to let the time tick down to the wire and it relies on, you know, these required items happening in this sequential order. You need to be making sure that bits and pieces of the puzzle are built in certain different locations at the same time, which we're not really seeing too much in the last couple of rounds. We did in the pistol and secondary rounds, but these last 4 we haven't really seen too hard.
Yeah, I know. There is one thing I believe, you know, they could go for it now here is maybe get Xavi to deploy that, you know, Viper Spit towards mid, you know, just deny any control whatsoever. Set him up with one player there, you know, kind of make Global Esports find their way through the extremities, because, you know, kind of maneuvering through that Viper Spit on mid is especially difficult because of the amount of damage you have to take to try and chase anybody down.
And with no flash to push through these single extremities that Split provides as well, if the pit is in mid, it does make it a little bit more difficult. So you're right, you're not wrong, but for right now, I mean, they're setting up for, once again, this B execute to path in, timing with the toxic screen and the recon dart that'll go back towards backside. So it really comes against this bit of an eco from NAOS that they might just have to respect this spike plant from going on down. And they're going to be forced away from it into a 5 versus 5 post plant where you've got a Viper Spit if you need to for Kelly's. You've got Crystal on a Hunter's Fury playing in towards real deep spawn if required too. So this should 100% be around for Global. Though if you're giving Jar options, he's going to take them.
Yeah, the Viper Spit is right now the only win condition they've got. Hunter's Fury committed from the attacking side just to give a little bit more pressure and let Udo probably get a little blow. The Trailblazer's going to spot him, and they're going to run straight in, but Nexi fires a stray bullet, and it finds the head of Yudotan. It's going to be on to Kelly to find this drop, but Mosier slaps him in the face, and it's all on Crystal, but the time is against him. Will he get that shot in time? No, he will not. Oh, it's not even going to be enough damage for him. And Global Esports, that is not a round you can lose. Not like this.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I mean, the pit goes down for Kelly S, but the plant isn't on for the back of sight, so it is the ricochet required for Crystal to get that shock bolt out in the end. And I gotta say, a nice shot for Nexi in it and for Moja. Finally on the back of bouncing around on the blast packs, he gets kill in a little bit of style. But yeah, really, those trades to come through. And the biggest glaring face puncher is literally going to be the operator that Jar gets 2 for in the open and now opens up for the B main early peak.
Scout destroyed.
Early information exchange towards A main. Emmons just gotten his Trailblazer destroyed, so he knows there's at least 2 players here. But Global Esports, they're probably keen on right now taking their fight on towards ramps. Mosier's here. The flash is going to help him. Oh, he does spot a bunch of players, and he's going to get one and does not get away with it completely because his teammate's going to get out, but he finds a counter trade. A little too ambitious once again there. Patrick didn't really need to commit to that fight. I understand the stun and slide in, but it's just such a 50-50 whether or not he gets caught in it, especially if it's not completely, you know, taking that area.
I mean, we've always seen Yudo turn over at A main, right? So it's always a position that you really have to expect to be played from somebody over at Global Esports, and it's a no-brainer for NAOS to have a couple of eyes there at the beginning of the round, almost every round it feels like. And I mean, the tail end of this round is just Yudo Tan probably go die. 30 seconds to go, 5 HP, flanks cordoned off, uncharacteristic miss from Jar, it feels like at the moment. There we go. 4 alive for NAOS Universe. This is looking a little bit more dire for Global Esports now on Split.
Yeah, they've kind of let NAOS, you know, get so much confidence on the back of that last round, the Eco round that they just won. And that's given them, you know, the advantage to actually just kind of go ahead and take peeks. Even Mosier, who's not been having the best of game, this round secured 2 really well on that ramp side. And I kind of have to, you know, mention that Patrick didn't really need to overstand. I understand that, you know, he's been playing, you know, the forefront role. He's been carrying the team so far. He's been getting great entries, you know, for some of these rounds. He's been clutching them out as well. But the decision making in the early stages of some of these rounds has been a little bit questionable, needs to be fixed. And I'm pretty sure Juvy's going to be focusing on that, in this little break, the timeout. You can see he's pretty vocal and he's, he's gesticulating what exactly he wants to be translated to his team because they're kind of falling apart at the moment. No real, those set executes that they had in the first couple of rounds, just not visible right now. They're going a little bit more for information.
That's the thing. That's the thing I wanted to highlight right now as well. When you come in with a full new roster and you come in with a different agent selection on a map, you're going to have unknown strategies, right? Those are the strategies that teams usually don't have counters for or adjustments for immediately. It takes a couple of rounds to recognize that. And that's the scenario we're seeing right now. NAOS have had that breathing room by the half that they found at 8-4 to have this recovery, figure out the strengths of their opponents, and then look to close it. So, you know, right effort from Global to come out with, you know, something that they feeling comfortable, new initiative. But we are also seeing some brilliance from NAOS to early recognize what Global are throwing at them to counter it and, yeah, look to close out the map. Now the Viper's Pit goes in through towards mid. No flash to break in towards this B site where you're going to try and bust in yet again. Jar, operator, prized and ready for when this wall goes down. At least Global don't give him that chance now.
Yeah, the Viper's Pit is not going to help them. They're going to have to concede it. Maybe that allows Yudo to kind of actually find a backstab, but they're going to be finding him themselves on towards mid. He's not going to connect to Sheriff. It's going to be Nexi. And now Global Esports will be worried about 2 different angles, a flank as well that could potentially be coming in. But no, now it's actually rotated back. The Trailblazers are going to clear out any close angles, and that's going to allow NAOS a little bit more space to walk into. But look at who's come out. Patrick Koo. The blind's going to actually help him. Evan takes him out. Poppy gets one. Kelly follows it up. And on the side, they're going to keep themselves busy. The Paint Show not going to touch Crystal just enough as much they would get a kill. It's gonna be Ja who needs to make the decision point here. Poppy swings out, loses his life. It's gonna be Kelly's next contact. They know he's back aside, cannot take him more than 1 kill. The recon comes out, it's gonna find him. Crystal, he might have done just enough. Yep, he's done enough. And my word, Crystal surviving for as long as he possibly could on the back of Mosier, on the back of Kelly S and Poppy, playing that little line of sight defense on backside and pillar, and that allows him to play for the round.
Yeah, I mean, at that point in time as well, it is a moment of everybody be quiet, let me hear footsteps, let me hear positioning, see if I can clutch out this round at the end, because you know that there's so many angles that NAOS are just charging against Global, who are kind of looking to capitulate a little bit at the end when that spike goes down, but very nicely done from Crystal to pull that one through to keep it from moving to an overtime spot. But I'm seeing the same sort of attempted early play from Jar once again. He hears the camera, knows he doesn't need to overextend a little bit. Now that he starts to put him more on a forward line, there's a full rotation from Global over to this A side of the map as well. Are you expecting a drone and a clearance to try and get earliness? We know that there's this line that Jar is still holding. He can't get out of dodge uni. He's lost the tailwind, of course, but if he's good for one, at least, it'll be gorgeous.
Yeah, now they know there's 2 players here up close and personal. Good amount of utility deployed by Global Esports, but once again, no utility being set up for Patrick there. I think he had a stun. I'm not quite sure why he didn't choose to deploy it, even the fast lane, to get himself the cover he needs to kind of isolate that player towards Cubby. Yep. The neural theft is going to give them so much information. The B side, the only one guarding there. Nexi at the moment and beyond. Hunter's Fury comes through. Kelly is working on the back of it. Finds the 3 and it's going to be the IGO. Leading from the front this round. He wants his team to win this game no matter what. But Emmett's keeping them busy. Out with the knife, with the flash as well in his hand. A little too complacent and not expecting somebody close by. And it's on to Nexi now in a 1v2.
Yeah, very doable actually as well if you can isolate 2 of these kills. Paranoia and Shrouded Steps around. But I'm expecting the time eventually to tick. And for Crystal to get that recon back online, they can use it a little bit later. He's actually already got it too, so it does come down to the timing now.
Nexi.
One enemy remaining.
It's the one. More the other way is it Nexi! Oh my god! It's actually a horrible decision-making mistake there. I'm not sure why.
It's positioning.
Yeah, exactly.
It's positioning from Global at the end there. They dart out over towards screens, and, you know, if someone's coming in from a heaven drop, you're going to hear the drop. So you got to consider in your head, okay, no Shrouded Step. He's not on the bottom of the site unless he's come in through ramp. I am actually really surprised at that end, by process of elimination, by pieces of utility that they have thrown there, that they don't choose to double swing together for a bit of a ramp peak or a bit of a rafters peak. The fact that Nexi paths in and is able to find both of those kills isolated and settled down, really well done from him.
Man, after the round that we saw, this shouldn't have been happening. That is really big mistake in decision-making of positioning, post-plant positions. We've seen them do better on rounds before, but NAOS have clearly taken the upper hand now. Global Esports desperate attempt now once again on that B site. Once again, trying to maybe set up Patrick here, and Mosier has been spotted. It has to be finished off, but they don't check him.
They
don't hear him. They didn't even hear him, and Mosier capitalizes on everything. He's going to be stopped with these ults in his hand, but it's all on to Yudo, and he will be thrown to the pits as well. It's going to be NAOS winning the first map, 13-10, and Global Esports, man, that must have been a hard pill to swallow after what just happened.
Yeah, I mean, you look towards those ending spots as well, and it's another situation of we've got a strategy that we haven't deployed just yet. For now, so it's elevating a player for a position unexpected, and you got the reveal of that recon dart as well.
Exactly.
But they immediately just both try to find him, not expecting him to drop down. So again, for Moja, he had a really stellar bring back up in this map, didn't he? He was down on 8 kills when we're highlighting him midway through this second half. He's really being punished time and time again. Yeah, he's dancing around with a lot of this utility on the Raze kit, but he's not getting successful in a lot of those kills. Really stepped up toward the later stages. So great for him, but it feels like Uni in this new map, new agent deployment from Global Esports. To a degree, I would argue that they've kind of got what you would want in a fresh team for this. You've got a lot of weaknesses that you want to try and pick up and figure out a little bit later on, which is always going to be a big thing to highlight. But also, I mean, you're now a map down in this best of 3 from Split. You're going into Sunset. Yeah, you got to have a bit of a conversation now to figure out how to answer back, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that, NAOS are not going to be backing down this little, boost that they've gotten in the last 2 rounds, especially with the fact that they've gotten a clutch off of Nexi, and they're going to be pushing that to the next map to kind of just continue that little aggression. They had a slow progression in the first, right? Now we're playing pretty easy. They were taking it a little bit slow in the beginning, but then the pace started up and going. They started finding a lot more confidence in the way that they could exploit these no flashes comp that the global esports have, because you don't need to actually turn away from any angle. You can take that fight head on, unless of course you're being pushed off back by a drone or a recon with somebody or sliding through that cavity. But the one thing that I really was kind of disappointed by was the fact that Patrick was actually not really effective in the last maybe 6-7 rounds, because he's been on 25. 25 and 16, I'm not sure. He's not gotten a single kill in those last couple of rounds. The entries have not been there. Even though he's created the space, his teammates have not been able to follow it up. But even that doesn't matter, because if you're gonna lose a 2v1 in the way you did, not carrying up, not watching a particular open part of the map when in a post plan situation, it kind of just stung them right in the back, which kind of broke them.
I'll carry on towards that as well with Patrick Hu, right? Ending the half at 16 kills on their defensive side, and you switch it over. He gets 9 kills at the end of that, right? So, yeah, it kind of falls off, but the rest of the team did a little bit in that one as well. I flip it on over to the impact that we saw from the flip side duelist, right? Jar coming on through with those operator shots. 5 first bloods on the defensive side. He got 1 on the attack, which, did feel a little bit more flat for him in the start, but then he really started to propel it up when he ends on 12. So, a lot of these first bloods that he found on the impact department was massive, and I'm looking towards Yudotan as well, right? He's up there on the first bloods, but where is Yudotan finding a lot of those kills? It's in the extremity. It's by himself with no teammates to assist him. Late flanks if he misses that more often than not as well, because you also got to consider that Yudotan, he's dying in a lot of those as well. It's 50-50. He's either winning it or losing it 4-on-4 in that map. It just so happens. So that's something that he individually, is showing his tendencies, that he's always going for a lot of these lurks, and it's working, but a lot of the time it's also not, and then everything falls apart.
Yeah, absolutely. Wait, let's find out what exactly happened through the coach himself. Juvi, what went wrong in those last couple of rounds?
Hey boys, it's really honestly just playing with confidence. The big thing, like I've tried to tell them consistently, like just go look back at the old Genji Sentinels match 1 at Champs, right, and then watch match 2. The only thing that changed was confidence. Instead of playing scared, sitting in corners and clutches, you're swinging together, you're making plays together. Don't be afraid to make plays. Obviously, Ja was playing lights out there, and honestly, we had a bad defense. So if we had a better defense there, it's a win instead of a loss. But like I said, these guys are good. We played them in scrims before, and this is one of the few teams that actually beats us in scrims. So I already think this is gonna be a tough match, and time to lock in for map 2.
There was a point where come on, go on.
Oh, thanks. So talk me through the idea of this composition, right? Because we know that Split and Sova is usually a forbidden tactic, but we also know that Crystal and Sova goes hand in hand. So whose formulation for this agent lineup really was it? Because I'm also noticing that Papi's not played Astra before, so what's the thought process there?
Poppy's played Asher before, maybe not in the recent season because Asher wasn't in meta, but Asher with 5 stars now is a lot better. In general, when you're more of a defaulting comp, like our comp's a little bit more defaulting and stuff like that, Asher's better than Omen. I think when you're running double duelist, Omen is better, but pretty much any other comp, you'll probably see a lot more Asher this season from a lot of teams.
There was a point, where, kind of feel like you said, right, the defense kind of slipped away from you guys, but you guys made it back almost instantaneously, right? It was 8-4, and within just a couple of minutes, you guys were back on 8-8, and it almost seemed like you were more prepared for the attacking side. The executes are really great, especially on that B side. But when it came to the retakes, right, you guys were trying to make it work. It was kind of a step and a miss in terms of where exactly you were finding NAOS to be in their post plan positions, because they play their post plan really well. You mentioned that this is a team that kind of give you tough time in scrims as well. Have you played on this map before, and have you seen the kind of stuff that they bring out, and was it anything visible today as we've seen?
I don't think we scrimmed on this map before, but honestly, we just weren't proactive enough on our defense. I think we're a little bit thinking too much. Double duelist means rush a lot, and they ended up not rushing, right? So they weren't really doing very many rushes. I think we just gave them too much space, too much credit, and we weren't being proactive enough. Too much asking, should we do this instead of let's do this.
Yeah, that's something that I actually wanted to touch upon as well. How quick in that map was the team to recognize the situations and try to adapt? Because we're seeing a lot of, from our side, right, getting the whole view, we're seeing a lot of early rotations on misinformation because there's not a lot of reconnaissance ability, right? There's no flashes, there's the single drone, single dart, single cam. How early was the decision making you feel from the team on that map costly?
I mean, obviously it was costly. We lost, so it's costly enough that we lost. But I don't think it was necessarily, like I said, the comp isn't the reason why we lost that. I think that's actually one of our best maps in scrims. Scrims, right? That's why scrims don't matter, guys. And so I feel like it's definitely not a comp issue. That was again just us not starting fast. We have an issue starting fast, honestly. Every single day it feels like our first scrims always go bad compared to the rest of the day. So hopefully you guys see another turnaround for us in map 2.
One more point I wanted to bring up was last question that Patrick started off really well. He had a great impact in the entire game. Even in the first couple of rounds on the attacking side, he drove the team into good positions, found them great openings, and the spacing from him particularly was great. But towards the tail end of the game, he kind of stopped finding the kills, even though he found the space, which is absolutely fine. He's doing his part for the team. But there were a couple of split decisions that he took, a little overextensions at times that we saw a little bit, kind of, similar to yesterday. What have you given him any advice to, overextensions or just not using utility sometimes? Where, especially in that last round where he got taken under copy, he had a stun available even on Heaven when Mosier took him out. Kind of overextend. Have you given him some sort of advice in that general direction yet?
Yeah, I mean, that's something we work with him every single day, man. The kid is very new to competitive Valorant, very new to playing at this level. And it's just something that, yeah, we're working on every single day, guys. We still have 2 months until the season starts, so I'm not stressed out about that. I know there's improvement from day 1 to now is immense, and there's improvement from now until the start of the season is going to be immense. So.
All right, great talking to you, Jury. Once again, all the best for Sunset, and we'll see you.
Thank you, boys. See you guys later.
Well, that was Juvie just explaining what just went down. So clearly he's thinking it's not a comp issue. And
not a comp,
it was not a comp issue. It was clearly a bit of just little bit of misplacement of positions and a little bit of miscomms as well. I will have to slightly agree because they did show potential in those first 4 or 5 rounds, right, on attack, that they were able to work it out. Defense, it was a different story. They wasn't, like he mentioned, they weren't as proactive as they would have liked to be because they can't clear out angles as much as they want to because, of course, they don't have the flashes. Like Nexi, he's got the Omen Paranoia, which you put it on B main, just kind of opens up that space for somebody to, occupy it from his own team. But yeah, I'm hoping to see what they can pull up. Maybe we see another split.
I'll counter you on that one. I think to a degree it can also be contributed to a bit of a composition problem as well, right? Because you are missing, one of the fundamental aspects on scaling ability that a flash will provide, right? And the blinding effect. Because if you don't have that into the site, what are you relying on? Patrick Hu to throw a little bit of disarray into the mix with Neon sliding around, a good dart from Crystal. We're not seeing Yudo-tan be in the action where you can get a camera deep into the site to assist the team as well. So you're really removing a lot of those bits from the equation, right? There's a reason why agents are in meta on certain maps, right? So if you are really playing outside of the meta, you damn well have a good reason as to why. And there was an argument, don't get me wrong, there was absolutely an argument that we did see in the beginning of that half on that attacking side for Global. They come out with a great amount of rounds, right? Those 4 rounds that looked pretty damn sharp. But as soon as your strategies are up on a new composition, as soon as your opponents know what's happening and they can figure out that weakness, that's where things can crumble a little bit. So I think to a degree, okay, Juvenile's recognizing that a lot of these players' strengths can be showcased on this agent lineup and towards split. But maybe
needed kind of part in the first 4 rounds of their attack, but instantly it seemed like NAOS were ready for it because they started getting proactive, right? The operator does a lot of work in the hands of Ja, when he found out, what, there's no flashes, I can just take a peek wherever I want. All I need is a little bit of support.
You just hold the line every time.
Exactly. Yeah, and even the one thing I actually did want to mention was like you said as well, right? Yudo completely away from the action, and he constantly had his fights mostly with Xavi, right? And I feel like he had a little bit of a lower end of that output when compared to Xavi, because I feel like Xavi was catching him out at better positions at better times. And even times like this where Yudo, he got into good positions, but unfortunately his timing was just a little bit off when it came to finding value for his team in those lurks. And overall, there's like you mentioned, like Juvie mentioned, there's stuff to fix. They're gonna fix it in the upcoming weeks and months to come. There is still 2 months of the season, but honestly, I would love to see in the upcoming days, if they play another map of Split, how are they gonna improve on what they just played, would be my question. But that's for us to watch.
I mean,
in the next couple of days.
The interesting thing as well, right, is the Neon nerf is around the corner, if you consider it too, right? So within the next, let's call it the 2 months that you have before the season, if Neon does get nerfed into a unviable position, are we still going to see that continue, or are we going to need some more adaptations to come through from Patrick, who we know is very fresh to a tier 1 capacity, right? We know that there's going to have to be a lot of learning. So is it because you're doing that on a meta agent, an abusive agent right now? If we're bringing him onto something a little bit more mainstream, like a Jet, like a Raze, is that actually going to be a little bit more beneficial for him in the long run? These are the questions that we don't know the answer to until that nerf happens and potential other agent buffs. But I think more importantly right now, it really is going to be highlighting, okay, communications, layering, positionings. These are our 3 focuses that we need to try and get out from this tournament.
Yeah. He mentioned it. I had a conversation with Juvie as well, just a couple of, days ago. He did mention that, when they were practicing up first, when the team was just coming up, into the boot camp, and they're just, finding out what's working, what's not working. He did mention that scaling and positioning was something that they were, finding troubles with. And, it's still something that they're actively trying to fix. It's actively being worked upon, but it's not been a problem so far. Like example here, this round, right? Scaling and positioning. Once again, awareness of the fact that there's nobody in screens. Maybe you need to have a peek towards main. Is something that they need to work upon in the upcoming games as well. But hey, we are done with game 1, ladies and gentlemen. We can reminisce about it a little later, but right now we've got a strong sunset from Global Esports showing yesterday that could be on the repeat today. But don't forget, it is a great map for NAOS as well, as they recently did play it about 2 weeks ago, I believe, Komodo?
Sorry, come again with that one?
They played Sunset 2 weeks ago in, I believe, in SEA Split 3, right?
So the Sunset game, this is a fun one to pull apart. Brutality, but not for the reasons that you do think. There was a lot of sloppiness. There was a lot of sloppiness to come through from both Rapid Lo-Fi and NAOS in that series. It goes in towards overtime. Of course, a team that was the Ascension representative as well, coming in from the Vietnam region. But I'm looking at that game, 15-17. It did get won by NAOS at the end. And I'm looking at that and I'm thinking, laying back a little, agent selection was the same. So there's a potential chance for a mirror match right now, and if you're taking a mirror match into consideration for map number 2, I think that actually spells a lot of interest for a lot of people out there too, because we've seen, a great showing from Global Esports against Orangutan 13-4, and we're seeing now get it into overtime, so we're thinking, all right, Global should have that, right? But then map 1 gets lost. Our agent's going to be the same. I would love to see a mirror match, don't get me wrong, I would love to. Already seeing Global run in with the same agent lineup, so I'm expecting that it's going to be the exact same for NAOS. And Jar, don't prove me wrong. Hang on, he's proven me wrong. He's proven me wrong. They've changed it up.
Here we go. This is going to be fun, and it's going to be Xavi this time. Okay, there's a bit of a role change here. Emmett and Xavi exchanged their positions in terms of initiator and controller.
Yeah.
And they're going to be switching it up with the ISO in between as well, as Mosier now going to be going head-to-head with the Neon battle against Patrick, who this is an interesting play as well.
It's wild because when we saw Papi depart from the team, we did see Jar pick up a little bit of that role of the smokes, right? But we also just saw immediately on map number 1 there that it was changed up again. So we're changing once more coming in towards map number 2 right now, where Eman is going on to the smokes. Xavi's playing the same Sova that we were kind of, I guess, expecting. But for an ISO to come on out right now, that's wild.
Yeah, not to mention also the fact that Nexi's also playing on the Cypher now. He was playing the one of the previous map, so there's a lot of role changes here on this map of Sunset. It just have to, they just have to show how comfortable are they, switching up these roles this drastically, between maps. As they play on the defense, they're going aggressive already towards mid. Global Esports, returning in kind here. It's going to be a trade 1-for-1. Crystal's going to get back Shaw's favor there. As it's going to be Patrick who deals up another. Crystal finding another. And it seems like this round will just end up in towards mid. Okay, then. All right. It seems like everybody just wanted to take a little bit of, the warm-up round towards mid. Maybe.
Gotta go.
No strategy on that one. Just guns up, shoot down mid. Everybody get a piece of the pie, and Bob's your uncle. Have a good day. A little bit ill-advised for NAOS at the end there because it feels like Global Esports were a bit elite in that round. Having the right numbers at the right time and just shooting. I mean, there's no real which way around it, right? The crosshair was at the right spot for the guys on Global.
Yeah, I feel like, NAOS had an idea about getting 2, maybe 3 players towards mid, but then everybody else kind of just came into the party and joined and say, hey, I want a piece of cake. But Nexi, this time returns a favor. Okay, back again towards mid we go. It seems like every round's going to be here, guys. They're just going to stick at mid. No A, no B. We don't need it.
They both dinked him with a classic.
Yeah, exactly.
That's really unfortunate.
Just not been detected, by the way. Back they go, a triple swing, but Poppy takes out 3 of them, and the remaining 2 are still here as well. It's just a duelist who are left here. Mosier's trying to take up as much of the attention as possible. A Bulldog for him to grab up on the ground as well. And Shaw could pick up 1, maybe 2. Yeah, they're going to get away with 2 weapons here. Maybe a little bit doable.
The gun retrieval. The gun retrieval's an interesting one, but it's a bit of a safer plant given the scenario. A little bit more open. The door is closed. Moja, you are lucky to be alive for the time being. And if I'm Crystal, I'm thinking, okay, I should probably actually disconnect from the action right now, even though it's 3 versus 2. And that's exactly why. Because there was guns down in mid, and you're challenging back towards the same spot. You can activate the double tap now as well as Jar, and this is really risky. He's still 1 versus 2 winnable.
Yeah, it is winnable. Jar's got a shield up. Needs to be a little quick about it, though. He's going to lose it in just about a second. And the minute he loses it, he still gets 1, though. This fight, not necessary, but Kelly will take it and win at the end there. Really, really scrappy. Once again, that mid-brawl ending up to be pretty favorable for NAOS as they find 4. But Global Esports, 3 of them had pistols, so I wouldn't say it's completely lost on them, but it still is an investment that they're going to have to commit.
It's another costly secondary round, though, for these teams. Like, what did we see on the second round in map number 1? 3 people dying each time. This time it's 4 coming on through over to the side of Global. So that makes things really awkward coming in towards this bonus round. Although I will also add another caveat that the bonus rounds have been won already. So we'll see if Global Esports can double down on it. Though, Sunset plays a bit differently to Split. It's a full layering up together with the team scaling up through B main, and you're going to have a really strong hold at the moment from old mate Cypher and Sova playing in towards market.
Yeah, they've set up Patrick to go deep in towards this side. They're going to get the plant down. This is a heavy marketplace so that they can have a little bit of space for a retake, it seems. That's the kind of setup that they've done for NAOS here. Oh, he's got a player right above him! I'm not sure why Patrick decided to go into that smoke. He could have played a little bit more safer, play on the back of his teammate's utility if at all anything was possible for him. But he's given up his life there. Just had a Bucky. Flash is great. It's not going to help too much, although the fights are not coming through. The tap on the spike comes in. A lot of bullets being spammed here. Mojer finds the first. Kelly has gone down. And the stick is right there. Emin's going to keep it going. And Emin's going to find it all the way through. NAOS find a great retake. And honestly, I have to give credit to the fact that, Xavi and Nexi did not at all push outside of that smoke. No matter what. Because they had that, control in the fact that we're going to hold market. We're going to keep it as retake position. And this is where we're going to attack from. Let them have the site.
There's good patience from them, all things considered, and I'm looking towards the ending scenario there for Crystal. He's in the right spot for the double ricochet recon bolts to go, in main in towards the site. But the fact that the dark cover was the one-way dark cover as well, I think actually off-puts the crosshair correct position. So it'd be very funny if that actually was the outcome at the end of it, as he started to get his drone into the mix. However, Uni, as Valorant is, and Valorant should be the second or the third round, which is the bonus, does go the way of the team that finally gets the guns. And you're going to Groundhog Day yet again back towards the B site, though actually this time locked out by the utility.
Shot done. Nexi just keeping a keen eye towards mid as well. He's got the tripwire there, but Udo once again continuing that streak from the previous game, getting himself found out pretty early in the round. It's just been 30 seconds into the game that he's, you know, going in for his lurch pretty deep. And okay, Mosher,
Oh, that's disgusting.
okay, finds a double. That's a big kill, and there he goes. Kelly versus Ja. It's gonna be interesting duel, and it's gonna be Ja ready for it no matter what. The spike's been dropped as well towards A main, and Global Esports, they are getting outplayed here. Both sides of the map that they try to, you know, kind of take control upon. B, they gave an initial contact, didn't really get much out of it. Again, what he mentioned in the previous game, Komodo, the rotations, you know, a little bit of misinformation to rotate back again, and they lose out on players who might have repositioned, not expecting somebody to be up close and personal from NAOS.
I mean, Papi doesn't have From the Shadows either, so had to make the marathon journey to pick up the spike. Single dart cover, and you know together as NAOS that you are just playing into a retake. Let him go for the plant, even shuffle up a couple of your feet to try and scare him when you go for the plant. But now the jig is up. This man can come through. They're just going to come together as a unit, and yeah, great dart placement at the end. Really well done to equalize from NAOS.
Stay taut as a bowstring. The fight
Well, it's going to be a second for NAOS here. Global Esports put down to an eco now, and they've got just a bunch of sheriffs to play with. They do have the ability to set up Patrick once again with the overdrive, if at all, you know, he's allowed to pick up that aura towards B main, which of course in the previous game was a round winner.
The problem with going for the overdrive in a situation like this is you kind of got to consider what utility your teammates can buy as well. If they need their standard set of utility to assist you going on in, they're overbuying and you're potentially lesser equipped into the next round if you do lose. And if you're playing for the numbers, that is a very real scenario. So yeah, he can get his ult, but it might not even be a premium to try and use it if you're not getting an opening kill or two first. So we'll see if he does decide to actually use it. You're also not seeing shock darts brought up to be able to destroy these deeper trap wires in towards the site. So it really does come down to playing in numbers for Global Esports and only using that ult if they get a kill or can guarantee to get a kill on an upgrade to help the team.
Is he going to be expected here? He was looking in his direction, Yuratan, but was not ready for the fact that he had to face a Vandal. Papi spots the B main push as well. They're making them uncomfortable. Now it's pushing every nook and corner, and look at Ja, dude. He's just going around the map. Knife out in the hand at the last second. Got a scare there, but puts on his shield back up again. It's gonna be now Patrick to try and delete him off the server.
Oh, that's
Standing
a
at
wall.
the wall is not gonna help you, my friend. Mosher's gonna help in setting up the party, and Taos is gonna be an absolute graveyard. Global Esports, the game plan just kind of fell apart because of Ja's run in towards, kind of walking towards mid. Went into tiles, finds Yuratan, goes back towards B, finds another. He was given basically
And that's,
free range to roam wherever he wants.
And that's exactly my little problem that I'm highlighting in the scenario as well. If you're trying to pop an overdrive at a deficit scenario, there are too many angles that you have to look after if you are Patrick. I mean, you see him dashing around. You see the team of NAOS already available to get in and dirty to assist the team just to dispatch of him. So kind of ill-advised in that scenario to be popping an ult like that, where had you hold it, could have been a massive instigator in towards the site.
Yeah. Once again, another B hit.
You don't have
It's
to
going to be a
break
little bit
all
more
the
quicker
thunder,
at this time. Yeah, they've gone backside, but there's a tripwire to stop him there. He's going to spot it. He knows it's there, Patrick, and he's going to hold on. A little bit more patience. Nexi laying in that smoke. He does have support in the form of Xavi in back of sight. He comes out to the smoke. Here comes on to Fury, and the slide out. He does get the one, but it's going to be Ja to trade back down again. Kelly keeping the numbers intact for his team as they now put themselves in the 3v2. Make that a 3v1. A great pickoff once again from Patrick. He did have support, and Crystal to finish things off. Global Esports turn up the pace, and they find the reward for it.
Yeah, in towards the site this time, and being patient as well to not overexert themselves in towards the trap utility that their opposing Cypher does put on down. Nice timing as well on the Distractor Hunter's Fury in the mix from Crystal, finding Nexi, finding more angles of space for his team to just frolic around the site. no real massive overextension from them, and even putting in that Rolling Thunder in the chaos as well from Kalias is really nice. So well done from Global Esports to equalize in that scenario, though as we have a bit of a timeout come on through, I also want to highlight just Eman at the moment. He's not got any kills, but what have we been seeing from Eman on the server? We've been seeing space together that he finds with a player on the team. So yeah, it doesn't translate into a kill at the moment for him, but his teammates have been, you know, safeguarded by his presence to then find those kills and have impact.
Yeah, you know, his paranoia has been pretty great as well to clear off, especially on that B side left, you know, on the left box corner. He's been able to paranoia every single time, and that clears out so much space because, you know, they just cannot sit there because the market push out comes at the same time to clear off anybody who gets blinded by it. So they've been pretty smart about it, you know. I mean, it doesn't matter how many kills he gets. He's going to continue on with the utility, you know, you know, the value that he provides. And one more thing I do want to point out, once again, Ja won off his ultimate once again. They've got 2 more, and even Emin actually is one off, you know, from the shadows as well. So NAOS's ultimate, you know, economy right now is pretty great. Global Esports do have 2 available, but the other 3 are far off from it, at least 2 rounds.
It's always great to see the proactivity of ultimate gathering, right? When you've got duelists, for example, let's say Phoenix, when you've got a 6-point ultimate, likewise of a Cypher, for example, if you're getting them plants or diffusers and a kill here or there and an orb, you're able to refresh that every second, every third round, and it can be massive, but we'll stretch in towards a quick round at the moment to come on through, and Eman, I mean, he's not got a kill on the board just yet. He's got a sliver of HP to try and survive with, which does not happen. Here's one of the ults that I mentioned to come on through now. Neural Theft to secure information as plant goes down.
Spike planted.
Yeah. Yuratan getting up a little closer to personal. He's going to go in through, but he's going to lose his life. No support there. Poppy does trade him out, though. Another flash to keep Xavi busy. And that's gonna leave NAOS in a bit of a mix. Back he goes to fight, not ready for it. Too many members to face. Nexi does have a bit of a moment to slide into the side here. He's gonna play on the back of Mosier's distractions, but it's not gonna be enough. Kelly to finish things off. He's gonna get 3 here. And once again, Global Esports making sure that the pace stays the same and they get the same reward for it. Another round in their bag.
Yeah, Kalias just always at the right position at the right time, but in the pack, watching the angles that is required with the rest of his team covering off what's there as well. Really nice work for the team department to come through from Kalias after the execution in the beginning of that alleyway control through elbow dispatching of Eman is, we got the guy on the flank, we as a team, we get the plant and we close it out. Really well done. An immediate adjustment to come on through for NAOS as well to stack 4 players over towards A. And you know why? One-way information, kill contract available if you hear any steps. They don't immediately, so it means that they have to adjust their positions and essentially reset on this round. So luckily for NAOS Uni, Global didn't rush B.
Yeah, they didn't. Pretty heavy stack still on towards that A side. They're still feeling like it could be an A hit. Yudo's gonna hold on to any sort of lurks coming in from the mid region, which has happened before, but Xavi's gonna spot out all the utility coming into that B side. The drone's been sent out. That's gonna clear out the close site, and pretty soon Patrick's gonna be sliding into that region, but the rotations have already come in here, Komodo. This is gonna be a little troublesome for Global Esports now.
And it's good timing again on that dark cover. Eman rotates to the right position of B. Xavi's held a lot of this utility, bar those early shock dart lineups as well. So he's got drone and dart for the push retakes when they come out, looking for spam through the util.
Yeah, he does not get the kill there, but he does allow Xavi to actually play in a little bit sneakily here. Udo's found 2 towards mid, and he's cut off the rotations completely. Xavi's gonna get another himself. Kelly this time returns the favor onto Ja, but Xavi, he's crawled in the side single-handedly, staying alive with the longest on the side. He somehow found this in a 1v3.
Oh, could you imagine?
Stick it. There's no way, right? Nah, they're gonna swing out far and wide. There's no way he was gonna be able to stick that. Not on the 1v3, he's not.
Oh, it got close at the end, though. It makes you wonder if there's any miscommunications from Global at the end of that one. It potentially could get upset, but this time, it's a good execution of a flank maneuver working well, right? Yudotan finding the 2 kills. Yes, Arvi finds some space in towards it to find Kelly S when he comes out of the kill contract, but there's not much you can do in a 1 versus 3 when you're playing together as a unit like GE do at the remainder of the round. So, very well recovered for Global at the end there, and keeping it consistent, balancing out their credits assets as well, affording themselves enough of a pass mark in these next couple of rounds where we do start to actually consider the damage that Global have been finding. How much of an impact does that have onto NAOS's chances to get 2 rounds in the next couple, right? Half buys, full buys, you drop that, the half peels away from you, it's barreling down a little bit. We've seen Jar just use the kill contract, so you can't rely on that in the next couple of rounds. You're starting to piece together that this half is at a little bit of a turning point for Global Esports to really exceed in it if they get this next round or two.
Absolutely. Well, this timeout's going to give them a little bit more to work with. Global Esports have taken a solid amount of lead here, at least in terms of momentum. And they've thrown NAOS once again into a bit of a semi-buy. 2 Vandals to work upon Xavi and Eman this time around. I would consider giving it to Ja once again, but I feel like they're probably going to go for a heavy ultimate execute here. Mojo does have the overdrive available, and it seems like he's going to commit it. There he goes. There's a tripwire to stop him at the moment, but the recon's going to help him. No, it isn't. Udatan gets him out. Eman's going to trade out in the other way. One more he finds.
Eman on the board.
Towards mid. Yep, he's gotten 2. It seems that the Vandal worked out perfectly, as the ultimate created enough distraction for Eman to actually find space towards that mid-house region. And now Global Esports follow to the B side, forcefully having to plant now, and they're covered everywhere. They're cut a flank as well.
They're going to have to use this Rolling Thunder and take some further space. A player deficit in this scenario whilst they're vulnerable going for a plant too. I mean, look, already NAOS are here.
Yeah, and they've got no clue whatsoever. Yeah, both of them are gone.
Eman,
of course he starts off. Yeah, of course he starts off with the Nace. Nah, Nexi steals it away from him.
Wow. What a recovery. What a round to come through from Eman there. I've got to say, man, like, to just individual, when you're not finding kills in the server just yet, you've been peppered down time and time again. You come out with something like that, and I'm talking about the scenario, right? That's an eco to come through from NAOS. That's a pivotal moment for 6 rounds to be found for Global Esports. You drop the next rifle round against theirs, and your money's already skyrocketing. You're building more ultimates as well. You've probably wasted a couple of ults of your opponents who, to be granted, did use Overdrive for Moja and Hunter's Fury for Xavi in that one, right? But they didn't really net too much.
Moja using his speed to perfection, finds the pocket of space that he had to make sure that he dodges the stun and took out Patrick perfectly there. And that's instantly thrown the A side away from Global Esports. Yuratan keen on finding it back. He does have Eman across him. And he will find him, I believe. Yes, he will. The Neural Theft goes in, and that's a lot of information. Ja pops out of the smoke for his own death. And the Rolling Thunder committed to clear out Market as well. Nexi does get affected. The Paranoid followed up as well. Great utility here, but the B side has already been plagued by NAOS. Can they hold it off? Yes, they can! Nexi gets a double, and Xavi covers him up from behind pillar. And Global Esports' full value from this round has been stripped away by just a single double kill from Nexi, while he was the only one being stunned by that Rolling Thunder as well.
I was going to give a lot of praise to Uratan's courageousness to stick around over at that A site, to go for the kill on towards Eman, to use the Neural Theft. I mean, you're looking at the utility that you highlight in that scenario, but now you overlook a crucial position and you're down. That was a very good looking 4 versus 5 deficit conversion that Global might have been able to pick on out in this one, where you lose Patrick first. Udotan looks to bring it on back, but then you just have a bit of an overextension here. You overlook what? A little sliver corner that Nexi abuses, and some nice pivot timing from the rest of NAOS to close that round. I mean, when you're looking at the timeout that comes through earlier, Uni, you're looking for what sort of conversation you need to have when it's 5 versus 3. Now it's 5 versus 5.
Order from Rafik and get a chance to win 1 million Qatari Riyal or one of the 4 Jet Tour T2 cars. Download the app and order now.
That, you know, Global Esports had the information, you know, that Neural Theft gave them enough to know that, you know, NAOS are really quickly just kind of, you know, hurrying through obstacles to run into that B site. So, you know, kind of committing to that decision there was maybe a little too hasteful from Global Esports. I'm not sure at what time the clock was ticking. I didn't, you know, kind of catch that. But I feel like Global Esports need to maybe take it a little bit slow when they've got a little more information. That Neural Theft gave them everything to win that round. They found Ja as well, popping out through that smoke. Maybe right now they need to kind of hold and see where NAOS is starting to push, because NAOS are starting to get a little more proactive than they were in the first couple of rounds.
Yeah. I mean, this is an important one for global esports as well, right? Look at their credits at the moment. If it's loss bonus, you're playing with a couple of lesser weapons in the next one. No real ultimates built up either, so there's a big premium on figuring out this round at the moment, and you're immediately getting counter spammed of util trying to get on in. There's flashes around, and there's no kills just yet until finally Patrick dispatches of his counterpart Neon and overstays his welcome.
Yeah, a barrage of utility there. Uratan gonna be left again once on mid. And pretty early into the round that he's trying to find a pick off. He does miss the timing onto Javi, but Javi, look at him. He's actually crawled in towards mid. He's going to try and maybe get away. The timing is off here, and it's all going to be on Uratan's pick. If he finds Javi, or Javi finds the flank before he does, but just put the pressure on them. Poppy's gone. That's going to be no smokes, and they cross each other, and Uratan's been found. The timing's off, and NAOS have probably gotten the round in their hands just on the back of that kill.
Yeah. Well, the biggest thing is as well, what timing do you want to see from Nexi around the map to be able to use that neural theft too? He's not going to relinquish control of the A site that he still has with his spy cam, with his trap wires as well. You're playing a numbers game now as now. So you're waiting to see where Global goes, because what have you already considered? What have you already found out? They use their utility to gather some of this B-man control. They don't have any ultimates to throw into the mix. Yeah, Eman doesn't spot anything with that relocation from the shadows, yields nada, but you're still at a numbers game. You've still got 20 seconds on the clock, and as soon as Nexi sees any liquid damage, they rotate over. Global Esports have to multi-frag early in this post plan.
Yeah. That's going to go down, and they're going to try and be a little more proactive towards mid. Oh, they spotted one. I'm pretty sure they're going to be ready for this. The swing out comes. The stun is a little too late. Kelly S. It could have been a little earlier. The timing was just off. They know exactly where he is as well. Spamming bullets through the boxes, and that was just misaligned. A little bit of miscom, I feel like. I'm not sure if the stun was available. Maybe the fault line was just not there, because they spotted him early. I feel like it should have come half a second earlier.
The problem is they spotted Nexi out over a spawn, and they weren't exactly sure if he was going to push when the players top mid started to scale on up, I feel. So it's the difference for Kelly S trying to deter Nexi from flooding in towards the site early to potentially pinch into it, but also then assisting the team for their peak. And it does come down to that literal half a second difference of getting that fault line readily available and lock them in. Yeah. So now this is the other end of the stick that I was talking about earlier, right? It's where that round goes to NAOS. They've got a very comfortable buy. And Global Esports, in getting the plant actually and a little bit of the damage, they still do manage to muster up an okay purchase in towards this round.
Yeah, they're doing what they did previously. We saw this yesterday on Sunset against OG. That triple split they do towards Market, B main, and towards Link. Back in towards spawn. Uratan, great kill onto Eman. A little overextension once again from Patrick. But he did do enough. Did he though? Crystal does get one trade back. Could find a second. Not going to be the case. The plant's gone down to 2 versus 3. Ja does have a wall to kind of isolate the fight onto the player on site. All he needs to do is anticipate it, and he will. The slide's gone back up again. Tap on the spike. He's going to let his teammate do the bit of suppression for him. Further, he goes closer. Gets the first. Ja's doing everything, and out goes the ult, and that's going to be it. He's going to stick the defuse, and Ja, all he needs to do is just stay alive until he can defuse, and he doesn't even need to do that. He gets the kill from Poppy, as the nervousness of trying to run in towards him and fight him will give NAOS 7-5. A slither lead, but they will find themselves ahead at the end of the first half.
Always one of those, situations at the end there where if you're Poppy, it's really? We gave him the ultimate? Because there's no way you're winning that. Even if you win the 1v1 in the Gulag, you got to get time to run back to the site on someone who probably has already stuck the defuse just by how much time is actually bought by Ja in the ultimate, right? So, yeah, really unfortunate for Global Esports at the end there where they go in, guns are blazing, right? Lightning Fingers activated over for Patrick, getting up through the guts of mid, wrapping around, opening up on towards Moja. You got Crystal, who as well is throwing in towards that Hunter's Fury, right? It's looking pretty plausible for Global, but at the end, doesn't really happen. And another big salute over to Ja, I guess I'll say in this one too, right? Because his kills on that defensive side, ending with 17 at the half. He's only up from here.
Yeah. Now it's pretty quick B hit over here. They've gotten control pretty easily, and they should be getting the plant done in just about a second. Mosier's found one. Now Javi goes in. Actually, never mind. They don't want to go for the plant here. They just wanted to fight straight up, and they want to make Global Esports feel the pressure. And that's left the IGL alone, and he's going to go down as well. Ja is on a roll, and so is Mosier. But now as a team, are just taking control of microsectors together, and they're doing it really well. I thought they were going to go for the plant man, but then comes the flash from the main side from Nexi, and it was perfect to set up Javi and Mosier both together.
As soon as you feel like there's 2 or 3 players and you've counted that bit of early utility in towards market, you kind of know that you can't slow it down and that you've got to keep on going as well. I mean, contingency out from Jar, you're following that, you're seeing no recovery from Global Esports to try and challenge and getting back in towards the site. They are just losing the duels in that point in time, not able to adjust. I mean, you got to give credit towards NAOS in that scenario to just realize that they can just continue to barrel down and go for the fight. And for Global Esports, I mean, the pistol round was sorely needed, I feel like, to get a good start on this defensive side, right? It doesn't go their way, and they're down to essentially 9-5. If they hell drop the bonus, that's 10-5, and that's looking really rough. So this is the time for Global to really have a shining moment. Probably not this round, in the next round when it comes on towards their bonus to figure things out. Although I'm a liar. Udatan classic free weapon double tapping about.
Yeah, he's gotten control of
Shouldn't be
B-main.
real,
That's gonna
but it
probably yeah, it shouldn't be. It's done a lot more damage to classic as we've seen in history, but right now Global Esports, they still sticking on that A side, by the way, and look at how far deep into their territory NAOS have gotten in. They could go all the way into spawn, they could go right behind the A site, do so much damage, and Ja, they've just left Ja to hold out the rotation in case it comes through from spawn. That tap of the spike is going to be relayed as information, and here they come.
Just sitting back, sipping on some boba as well, taking the forward stride that you might want to do. Classics here, Uni.
Yeah.
Shorty.
Neutralize. Yeah, of course. He's going to double tap down. He's got support. M is going to come here. Just kind of adding up to his kill tally. Seemed a little too low for him, considering his standard. And that's going to leave Udatan alone. He started off the round with the 1 kill. He's going to probably have to end it with the 3. But it's going to be a dream 3 kills, if at all. He needs to win this round. No time, though. Time's not his friend. We'll maybe go for an exit. It's not going to work out his favor. Moja's just going to let him die to the spike as they build up 9.
Yeah, I mean, you'll see that first kill come out from Udatan, but you do see just not an immediate, oh, we have to go because we've lost main from NAOS. It's still very level-headed and very measured to go for the forward space, right? Even against the pistols, I feel like NAOS give them complete respect in that scenario. And for Global Esports, staying with 4 on the A site, it does make sense. Had they rotated back and it was just a lurking player that Udatan did find, they would have had numbers to contest over at the A site. So I still want to give a good benefit towards Global Esports. That they are playing the numbers and strengths in that scenario that they are dealt with, but at the end, I mean, it is just those lesser pistols against the rifles who have had some time to set themselves up on the line, and now into the freshie as well. I mean, look at this pace changer coming out from Global Esports. They are the aggressors on this defensive side. It's Udatan for 3, but Zavi, he's looking for more. Uni, it's not happening. You blink and you miss it. Udatan delivering the spicy goods.
Yeah, absolutely. Big pressure on that A site over there. They made sure that, you know, NAOS feel that they're not going to get away with this as easily as they thought they could. Ja tried maybe, you know, to soften them up a little bit for Mosier to swing out and kill them, but no. The pressure on that A main side allowed for Udatan to actually slip in between the cracks. The amount of utility that was dumped here made NAOS kind of just feel uncomfortable, and they ran into places where they've gotten players already standing waiting for them. Poppy went down pretty early, by the way, towards mid, and that, I think, kind of helped Udatan because they didn't expect him to be there as well, pushing out towards mid.
Yeah. You got to talk about a successful bonus round to start off your endeavors on this defensive side, though, and that's exactly what you love to see from Global. Udatan as well. Neural Theft available on the flip side. Jar, who's still silently achieving what he wants to on this attacking side. Getting that kill contract to be available too. So in this slow scaling up through B main, it's a little bit more rapid as Global Esports are not moving and budging from A whatsoever. This might actually transition into an early retake as they finally do start to rotate on over. But is that still going to be go time for NAOS? I mean, you got to consider that there's more Cypher utility seeing that one-way cage.
Going to get some information now. They know that there's multiple towards B main. It's a pretty deep setup for Nexi as well, but here goes Ja. He's going to find Udatan this time, and it's a duel. Oh my god, almost read it perfectly. Ready for it, almost pre-fired that angle, yeah. Xavi finds another as well as they just plague that B side pretty easily. And look at how far Nexi's gone up as well. He should be able to find one. It will double up as well. That's number 10 for NAOS, and Global Esports fall on the back of just one little quick jaw ultimate.
Well,
man, that guy's
that's
crazy.
it, isn't it? Three simultaneous kills to come through from 3 different members over on the side of NAOS when that ult goes down. I mean, you play Distractor at that moment, right? Because when that ult comes down, it does really change for Global Esports how they have to try and defend off that B site. Look who got pilfered out, right? Your Cypher, so your trips, they're no longer protectable, right? They're no longer able to be played around by the Cypher, who at that point in time, Udotan is in the right spot to play on his utility, and it's not there. He's gone. So the rest of the squad, they fall like flies, and now it really is the time for Global Esports to try and take some further space, try and cheat some rotates, I feel like, because if this round does get dropped, well, it becomes bad to worse, and now the jig is up. Positions are revealed, and this is immediately going to shift into a quick post for NAOS.
Yeah, it's an easy one, this one. They're going to get the Hunter's Fury as insurance as well in case things go wrong. Xavi 8K is going to keep that in his back pocket. So NAOS might be getting a little itchy to actually, you know, kind of push out, maybe explore some regions, make Global Esports feel more pressure. But they regroup. Global Esports have regrouped, and they've just kind of made Patrick check tiles just for a second in case Nexi was maybe, you know, thinking about rolling around there. Now, to burst out, there goes the stun from both their agents. There is a counter stun as well, not going to be good enough. The flash is going to keep them back. He needs to get in here, Patrick. So much util being dumped here. Mosier, ready for it? No, he isn't. It's going to be a burst on the face. Once again, it's the Sheriffs, it's the Vandals. One by one, the weapons being exchanged, but they're still doing the damage. Global Esports continue to somehow work with their eco round, and they work a charm. The setup was perfect. They were not too afraid of the time of the spike at all. It seemed like they could have gotten a little nervous because of that, but they waited patiently to find the right timing to set up, you know, Patrick here. And if he hadn't gotten that kill onto Mojer, I think that round would have probably been over. Onto now.
Yeah. That's not a Patrick who, that's a Patrick yo, because my jaw dropped to the floor a little bit. I don't know how he's been able to survive in that one, honestly. There were a lot of chances that players had guns ready and it was just him on the screen, but that's just, you know, the open areas that the members of NAOS are actually sitting in towards to allow that one to come towards them. And at the end of it, I mean, there wasn't enough damage delivered to global members for the Hunter's Fury to find any of them, right? 3 quick bolts on towards the spike, 80 damage total. No time to get any shock darts out and deny that defuse as well. So for Global Esports, when you need an individual member to go above and beyond, generally it will be your duelist, or generally when you've got a star-studded clutch player or like Papi on the roster, or you've got somebody like Udotan who has just been so consistent in bringing forward clutches and bringing forward consistency on a roster, you know, those are the players you're looking for. But the young gun, the new fresh guy on the agent that abuses things, that's a big one. That's a huge one. That's the way that Global Esports get back into this game.
Absolutely. A timeout here that was called in by NAOS, but I could see that, you know, Juvie was giving quite a bit of instruction to his team as well as to how to proceed in these next couple of rounds, because they desperately need to cover up that deficit that they've gotten so far.
You know what it is?
Do have,
There.
Step 1, destroy Jar. Step 2, well, nobody else is shooting, so win.
I get that. I've seen that script before, and it seems like it's gonna be Patrick to kind of do that. Great, he's already in their spawn. Jaw's gotten one though. Patrick's doing the rest of the work for his team.
Yeah,
it's a bunch of duelists.
Jaw gets kills, the rest don't. I mean, it's still happening.
Like I said, I've seen that script before. I knew exactly, you know, totally as it is. Jaw, he's gonna lose this duel. It's gonna be Patrick once again stepping things up. It's the lightning strikes 3 times this time around. A 4th, not going to be possible. Yeah, he's not going to be ready for that. Xavi's going to take him out. 1v3 now. He's got a minute to work with, though, so could make a good play, because look at the positions of these 3 players. They're so far apart at the moment. 2 on B. I mean, going to be the call.
You got to consider this as a 1 versus 3, right, Uni? You just got to group up together. If I'm looking over at that radar and I'm seeing 2 trapwires at the A site against the Sova, I'm probably just repositioning that trapwire that's on the site itself and cordoning off the site completely in its entirety, right? You then don't even need to give a chance that you can have a 1 versus 1 against him. False start. I mean, that location is expected to be false, so this should already be giving you the 100% security that's ending to be.
Yeah, most certainly. Xavi's just going to slowly crawl in, and look at that. They call the rotation. They're going to go in towards Market now, expecting him to be there on the site. Xavi's got no idea. Market is pretty much open. He's going to have to play on the back of his gut here. Needs to go for the plant. There comes the sound. Udotan's going to start rotating off. Stun comes in through.
There's no time.
They don't know that he's actually back to sight, and yeah, there it is. The stun lasted long enough for Kellyus to swing him out and take him out. Global Esports on 8. They're gonna slowly creep in closer to NAOS here, but it's still not over because NAOS do have one more round, you know, in terms of breathability. Because even if they lose this one, they're still in the lead by at least one round.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing, again, is just brilliance from old mate on the Neon, right? Patrick Hu just running around, guns a-blazing, lightning strikes 3 times, as you mentioned. But once more over, it was Jar yet again, looking for the kills around the map. You take him down, and it feels like it makes things just a little bit easier. So we really have a massive duelist battle to be prevalent in this map right now, and it's going to continue on again with a massive installment of NAOS members over at this A side. Shut down and squandered, though. Early retaliation of utility to come out from Global Esports will stop them in their tracks.
Yeah, actually, great retaliation for Poppy. That one paranoia was actually enough to actually push all of them back to where they came from. And the re-clearance commits a little bit more utility. That drone, I'm not sure if it actually spotted these 2 players here. But they're playing a good setup. Shock Dart comes through. Yep, they did spot them. But they're ready for everything. Kellyus finds the 3rd. Brings out his Sheriff. Will he find the 4th? No, Shavi's going to take him out there. But Crystal will make sure that the flank from Nexi is not going to support him any longer. The drone had to make things a little bit easier. Once again, it's going to be Xavi in a 1v3.
Hey, he's just going to walk into the crosshairs of both of these members.
Yeah.
Instant decapitation again from Patrick. He has certainly awoken in the later stages of this map. And it's good adjustments from Kellyus in this scenario as well, right? When you've got the utility coming through, you're not turning around to dodge any flashes as well, because, you know, you got to recognize NAOS aren't playing Breach, NAOS aren't playing Gecko. You can see the trail that's coming your way if a Paranoia is there. So it literally is crosshair focus, aim train on your opponent's gunplay for Global Esports, which I really feel like in these past couple of rounds after that Thrifty, they're recognizing that NAOS are playing numbers. NAOS are playing layered utility when they're revealing themselves early on what positions they want to tackle. If Global have recognized that, they are playing the game that they should be right now.
Oh my god, look at the aggression here. Josh been taken out, but Mojo's going to trade him off instantly. The aggression from Global Esports has been fruitful so far. But look at Kellyus, another great position. The IGO will only get 1, though. The trade-off is instantaneous. Now is able to maintain the man number equilibrium so far. It's a 3 versus 3 right now. But Global Esports have an advantage. If they're able to find that neural theft in some sort of capacity on the late round, information is going to be great for Yudaton, but he needs to be careful because he is going to be exposed. He's kind of wide jumping here, takes a chunk of damage, goes down to almost half HP. Now NAOS have information of the fact that the Cypher is a little, you know, kind of soft. I have the spike.
For a retake, the ultimate would be large if he goes for a mid traversal. However, he doesn't necessarily need to give it up early because there's no advancements towards the spike sites yet for NAOS. He's still got his utility around the A site, so he's okay for himself to dance there. And good initiative from the remaining global members to take B main space. They know it's either mid to B or it's mid to A because this util has seen nothing. Dark cover one way over at short will disincentivize any pushes there, but also give up some information to NAOS that they can start to wrap around this site to A. And there's that info from the camera uni that I mentioned earlier.
Yeah, and it's going to be all onto Yuta. He needs to find the first. No, he's not taking the other corner. He didn't see Xavi walk in from main, and that's going to be the problem. 2 versus 3 now. Drone to reveal a little bit of information. He's got 1 smoke to work with. Maybe can isolate a little bit, but look at the amount of smokes already on that site. It's going to cause problems. 1 of them's faded away. 2 of them gone. And there comes the flank now. Xavi's taken advantage of the information that he's gained. He's going to create some chaos for his team to actually walk in. But no, back they come from elbow. Smoke's going down. Out comes the ultimate. This time it's going to be lightning from Mosier. Could be enough for Emmett to trade him up with Poppy. Once again, the Clutch King. And he gets it down. The most important round in Global's entire game so far comes through as Poppy, the man himself, the king from the Philippines, clutches it out for Global Esports.
Why does anyone remove Poppy from Omen? He is the Omen agent player. He is so significant when it comes to relocation and timing on From the Shadows, Shrouded Step locations, but also recognizing just pure timing on when to use an Omen's abilities and when to not as well. Sticking it to Eman at the end when the dark cover goes down as well. You think you've thrown a dark cover as an Omen, you think you can move kind of immediately, right? You gotta wait for it to bloom. You gotta wait for it to become cover, and he doesn't. A little bit unfortunate for NAOS, but amazing for Global.
once again. They
Spike
just
down,
carry
B.
on that aggression that they had. But look at Mosier. He's found his own. Global Esports take mid. Now say we're going to just kind of wrap you around and take B side from the mid region. And Ja, he's one away from his ult once again. Yeah, he's in their spawn once again. Again, he's in the same position as he was.
The only real problem right now is the Spike is in B main and Jar is in their spawn. There's no omens available to relocate whatsoever to the side of NAOS, right? So they are a little bit stuck on this eco territory situation. Neural Theft in is just going to secure where Jar is and where the Spike is currently getting planted at the back of the B site. But are you really going to try and defend this one? Are you going to be able to do it? No. You're going to get eaten by Hunter's Fury. And nearly dead for Moja. So, I don't know. You need 2 versus 3.
Oh. Well, there's a case to kind of sew him up. Mojo needs to be careful. He's going to play a 1v3. They're going to swing him out, and they're going to take him out. Global Esports solidifying their little sort of map of round by round. They get closer, and they take the lead back from NAOS here. Put up 11, and their aggression seemingly continuously working for them as they don't... Now, compared to the last map where they were kind of after the aggression, they were kind of going a little bit separate, letting, you know, Patrick do his thing, go alone. Now they're sticking so much as a team, and it's working out perfectly. They're doing the 1-2-3 swing together at the right time, at the right place, and the trades are perfect so far in the last couple of rounds.
Jar has really slowed down on the kill department as well because he's being punished and isolated. He's not able to find a lot of the space, and Global Esports aren't giving him the opportunity where they're lurking around individually anymore, right? They're together as a unit, going fast in a couple of these early rounds. What Jar is kind of relying upon has been these individual duels where this double tap is activated for him to refresh and play back on the timer. He's not been able to. But I am looking at the positioning in this round for Global Esports. If you want to counter a kill contract, playing in standard positions and standard lanes on that B site particularly is not a very good realization on what you might be expecting from NAOS at the moment. You hear the shock dart. That's got to give you information as Crystal that this ultimate could potentially be coming on in, which it does. There you go. And it's dodged as well. Really well done from Crystal to move away from that one. But technically, you have relinquished control of the site.
Yeah, now they're going into market. Oh, this is what we were afraid of. They did it the last time as well, forcing Global Esports all the way back, even from market, finding 2, and then look at how quickly they've repositioned as well. It's such good discipline from NAOS. Take early control, fight them, push them back, and then go back yourself and play in great post-plan positions. This is a great retaliation from the Filipinos, but can they hold off on the retake that's going to coming in? It's still a 3v3, 3v4, forgive me. One on site, they take him out. It's going to be 3v3, and they just keep shooting bullets, one after the other. Now start relinquishing control here. Nexi does the 1. He's going to have to stay alive for as long as possible. Time is his best friend right now, but his teammate is too far away, and there's no way they can stop him from defusing. Poppy's going to get it all the way down, and it's good. Wow, okay, then he jump shots Kelly, but Poppy will trade him off. Match point for Global Esports on the back of a brilliant 3v5 retake.
I want to give massive props to Poppy's paranoia in that one as well. The fact that that goes down onto the side at the right time, allowing the team to get the kill on the attempted cross from the stairs to the main as well. You can see that now they're trying to try and play from a post plan in a 5 versus 3 spike down moment as well. That is a huge recovery to come through from Global Esports. And then at the end, recognizing that, hey, Sova's nowhere near the action. We can defuse it if we waste out his bolts. Really nicely done from Global at the end there. Now on map point, trading each other's, you know, well, rather gathering your own map picks, I would say. Potentially, if it closes here, because look at this. It's again, he's in the spawn as a Neon in 10 seconds in the round and has a kill.
Yeah, they're pressuring market once again. This time a tripwire to stop Ja from actually going in a little too close to Unatan, but look at how quickly he's come on the flank. He's going to lose his ultimate, though, in a couple of seconds. He's gonna have to bank upon his guns, and Unatan does his best, keeps market in his control. They're losing out one by one, and it's all on to Emma to hold this corner. He's not gonna be able to do it. Jaws all by himself. Can he clutch out a 1v4? No, he cannot. Global Esports pull off Sunset in the bag. We head to Haven.
2 13-10s in a row to come on through. This is what you call competitive gameplay. Great recovery moment for Global Esports as well. what feels like they're losing a lot of the control on that map. They do manage to weather the storm and bring it back at the end. And I mean, credit where credit is due. Patrick, who had a phenomenal run in when he recognizes on the defensive side that he can hold W and take the space like Jara was attempting to do and did so successfully as well. So echoing out that sentiment there, a valiant attempt for Jar. Once again, by the way, brilliant performance over on Split. Doing the same thing over here on Sunset, but just not enough for NAOS, which means Uni, we are all square tied up going into Haven. And remember, folks, we did see a Haven yesterday, and we did see how strong it was for Global Esports.
Yeah.
It was close.
Sunset has been, it was close yesterday on Haven, and NAOS do have, a good amount of reading that they could do from yesterday's game that they had, Global Esports had. And given that, NAOS themselves are coming off of playing Haven against Rapid Lo-Fi, I believe, in the upper quarterfinals in stage 3 of SEA, they did win that game 13-6. So they've got a pretty solid Neon comp as well on that, map of Haven. So Global Esports will have to tie their shoes a little bit more tighter than they did last time around, because there's going to be a storm coming their way, and I'm pretty sure that, if at all, maybe if they change things again, if they're going to put Ja on another different, duelist, go for a double duelist this time around once again, I'm not going to be surprised. In fact, it's only going to give us more entertainment watching that next game. But
yeah,
this has been... Yeah, go on.
I'm looking towards what we saw last time on Haven for NAOS. And Jar actually was playing the Omen, right? So it's either going to be something refreshing and new again, like this map was, or it's going to be going back to something that they've already tested with this current rendition of the roster. So I don't know. I kind of feel like it's a little bit more 50-50 going in towards this final map.
Well, we're going to find out pretty soon, aren't we? Because we do have Haven coming up at the end of this little... stint that we've got now. I wasn't expecting, and of course, doing the veto for, Juvie to actually go for Haven. I thought he's going to, ban Haven and go for Pearl at the end. Yeah, I would have liked Pearl. I wanted to watch it. It's been a while since I watched that map on, in a professional capacity. But hey, we're going to hopefully get to see it in the next couple of days. There's a lot more teams to be played. But right now, we're going to focus on what NAOS can bring on to the table. Are they going to change stuff up once again? Or is there going to be more role changes going into the third map? Because we did see 3 players exchange up roles from the previous to this one. Could be a possibility in the next one as well. And I'm just really excited to see what is going to be Global Esports' game plan, considering what happened on the previous day. How are they going to change things up on Haven?
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking towards Eman at the moment as well, right? In the kind of lacking performance that we see him on this controller role, if he's going back on towards the breach, I feel like he's a little bit more fluid when he can get that out over on towards Haven. But then again, we are just seeing who performed yesterday on Haven against Orangutan, right? It was the opening map, so I think that actually has something to really play for it as well. Map number 1 with this new roster in the official capacity was the close one. When they recognized what they needed to do, the second map was pretty flawless from them on Sunset, right? Now it's a new team. They've had 2 maps with a good amount of rounds to consider when we've got, both of them ending 13-10, right? That's 23 rounds per map. You're looking into some great tape that they can reflect in their mind at the moment on, all right, we know what worked for us yesterday on Haven. We know what didn't work. We know what we've already seen from NAOS and what we haven't seen and all this sort of stuff. So it is kind of, reflecting right now for it that everybody in the surface warm. We know what our strengths are. We know what our weaknesses are. Let's play towards them coming on to map number 3. And if you've got a new strategy to come out with for Global Esports, it's the time to do it. For NAOS, I mean, let's see something new, I guess, if you want to. But I would personally like to see their old agent pool shine through again.
Well, we're going to find out at the end of this little short break, ladies and gentlemen. The players are just going to take a little bit of water break, and so are we. We'll be right back with Haven to see who's going to end up at the end as the winner. Just take my time. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a third map ahead of us. It's been quite neck and neck between these two teams. NAOS and Global Esports have taken a map each, and they've won their own respective picks. Now, we're heading in towards Haven, which was not great as much as you would expect for Global Esports yesterday. They did budge out a win, but it wasn't the cleanest of wins. And now they're going up against NAOS, who do have a pretty great and solid Haven themselves. Komodo, any thoughts about what we can expect on this final map?
I mean, I'm expecting a 50-50 coming in towards this one. I hope the players were vibing in that break as well, because I know I was. I felt like with that music that I was gonna break out into like country song or something like that. I was vibing in that little 10-minute intermission, but I gotta say, I'm ready to kind of see what Haven does have in store from what we saw yesterday against Orangutan, right? So getting out of the gates straight away, it's shaking off the nerves in yesterday's series. It's figuring out what works really early on if we can. Right now, it's a very different scenario, though, right? It's 2 maps done and dusted, 13-10s, really close action. This is a series now that really can go anyone's way.
Absolutely, and you know, it's given to the fact that NAOS have got the potential to play off on some of against some of these big teams right there, right? Global Esports, of course, they're brand new. A little bit more difficult for them to create that chemistry that NAOS have been building for I think at least about 2 years now. So we will be seeing what NAOS can do best on this map of Haven. They've played it a multitude amount of times, but are they going to change their composition again to support that double duelist that they've been doing for the last 2 maps or not? Do you feel like they might integrate that Fnatic Yoru ISO comp because they just love that double duelist, or do you see them just kind of settling into the breach in Neon?
That would be a wild one, not gonna lie. That would be a really wild one if you're getting the Yoru and the ISO back in this current meta when you're not playing, when you've already showcased to us that you're willing to play a Neon, right? That's why I was a little bit surprised coming into Sunset that we've got the Neon with the ISO, right? I could see that probably being another possibility, but I'm also looking towards a weakness on the side of NAOS in that series as well, right? It was MR on the smokes, let's be real. So whether or not we continue to see that, because that's the only scenario that I can really see in how they continue a double duelist lineup. It's if Jar's on duelist and Moja's on duelist, MR is on smokes, because you're not taking Xavi off of Sova. Meta agents.
Yeah, it's kind of gone that direction where just if you're not playing the Neon and Breach, you almost feel like it's just you cannot take that A main control, right? It's pretty easy because you just got the 1 stun, 1 recon, and you got to maybe 1 smoke a little deep towards A main if you're on defense. It's pretty easy to get that, but hey, we will talk about what's going to happen on Haven from the side of Global Esports. So you got Juvenile once again coming up here to join us, ladies and gentlemen, right before the third map. So gets a little bit of insight as to what exactly is going to change from what we saw yesterday. Welcome, Joey. Tell us what is going to be different in Haven today.
Hey boys, we're gonna play a little bit more confidence. We're gonna play these 2v2, these 3v3 situations with a little more confidence. No more sit still, be more proactive. And then in general, yeah, just play better. I don't want to give away too much right before we play, but you guys will see in the server different changes. You guys let me know.
I mean, to be fair, I did, see, we all, of course, did see in that last map, right, of Sunset, the 3v5s, the 3v4s that you guys were getting confidence to fight off. The utility was on point. Even though NAOS were in such good post-plant positions, the players figured it out really well. Clearly, the calling in those post-plant positions was really good, and they understood, how to counter and made a really great comeback. Now, on Haven, Yesterday was pretty much a similar story. You're going neck and neck against OG. Do you feel like you've got the confidence to kind of maybe put out a statement win on this map of Haven, or do you feel like NAOS are going to give you just as tough a competition as the previous 2 maps?
Oh, they'll play. It's just as tough, man. I told you, this team is good. This team is always good. And when Jaw's playing like he's playing, bro, it's tough, man. This guy's plus, I don't know, 37, it feels like. He's just running around fragging out. So, you know, if we can shut him down, we can have it come up with an easy win. But I don't think it's going to be easy, for sure.
Yeah. What I'd like to know, if on that map, if you can even remember back to halftime, was it already the plan to kind of have Patrick be fast on the defensive side and get into these duels really early, or did the team decide to do that mid-game?
No, that's definitely a plan in general. That map in general, Sunset, is made to be aggressive. If you're playing Neon and you're not being aggressive, you're not playing Neon right. That's just the reality.
You know, they did find a counter maneuver for your plays, right? Every time you went and grabbed a little bit of aggressive control towards B main or A main, they would instantly find themselves in your spawn at times, and they were taking market control at times as well. Was that a call from you during the timeout where you were kind of simulating? Okay, they're going to be taking this control. We're okay relinquishing that, or was it something that the team decided to understand that we're going to take space that they leave instantly, and it's okay even if they are in our spawn? What was the time? What was the things happening in that timeout? If you could give us a little insight up with that.
No, I mean, the reality is that's the first time I've really seen a team consistently react that way. Most teams don't react that way. They might go to the other site, but very rarely do they end up in your spawn, 6 rounds and a half. So it was definitely a unique look for us, and it was something that we had to adjust to, but, we came with the dub. Again, I don't care how we win as long as we win.
Yeah, I mean, one of the really cool adjustments for you guys at the later stages on that defensive side was the retakes, right? You had the right opportunity and positions, you had the right retake utility really prevailing in the end there. So I'm kind of wondering, I guess, a two-layered question here. Number one, did you expect Jar to be coming out with the ISO? And number two, those retakes that you guys are coming out with, they're at the back of sight time and time again. How did the team kind of feel about having to change those retakes in the end?
Yeah, I mean, it's just an adjustment you have to make, man. That's part of the thing we're trying to teach them. It's part of the thing we're trying to practice with, is just being able to make adjustments. So that I can't be able to talk every single time. You know what I mean? So we have to be able to make those adjustments mid-game, and that's something that we're going to keep working on, keep focusing on. And yeah, man. At the end of the day, by the end of the season, I want that to be one of our strengths, is that we can adapt to anything another team does and have an answer quickly without waiting for a timeout.
Yeah, well, we're heading into Haven now. They've played double duelists so far in both the maps. They did bring out the ISO. Are you expecting a double duelist to come in to even this map from them? Because they played the default comp pretty much the last couple of times, but they could throw a curveball. Do you expect them to throw a curveball towards you?
I expect them to put Jaw on ISO again. That's what I expect. So we'll probably see the Fnatic comp. Honestly, that's what I expect.
All right, okay, all the best to you, Juva. You've got another map. Hopefully you can secure the dub with this one. We'll see you at the end of the third one. Bye-bye.
Thanks, boys.
Yeah, well, he feels
Fnatic comp, huh? Fnatic comp.
Yeah, Fnatic comp. We did mention it, and I honestly, I like it, man. I would love to see Ja once again on the ISO. He's been giving us the highlight reels pretty much live, and Mosier has been supporting him. Although, do you feel like Mosier could play that Yoru, or will he be sticking to the Neon, if at all, they go for that confidence?
I don't know. His Neon was a little bit disappointing on Sunset, so I think if you want to change it up and get a little bit of extra comfort and change it, and you've got, no immediate pressure in this sort of game coming forward, I think maybe sure. Why not? Throw it on the Yoru. Let's just do it.
Yeah, I guess we'll let's just go ahead, find out. What's the draft looking like? The agents are being picked up as we speak, and we've got okay, just change the name, but that's all right, no problem. We've got, I think, there it is. Okay, they're going for the Fnatic comp.
Yeah, they're doing it.
Okay. Yeah, he said it, and they're picking it up. No problem there. And Global Esports going to be sticking to what they know best, as NAOS really feeling comfortable on that double duelist, it seems, as we continue further on to another map of constant aggression being at least in the game plan for NAOS. But once again, is this going to be something that they play like Fnatic, or is it going to be something like Sunset-esque, where if at all Global Esports, try and take aggressive A? Are they going to try and push them towards B to maybe force up A link, make them feel uncomfortable? Because if a similar game plan is coming in from Sunset, Haven is a map where using that kind of positioning, where you get into the enemy's region of spawn, is actually a lot more useful than just Sunset, because of how big and how much variety of movement you have on this map.
Yeah, I mean, to answer your first question that you say a little bit earlier, are they going to be able to play it like Fnatic? I think it's always going to be one of those things where Fnatic is a team that is always tried to be emulated. They're one of these top teams for a reason. But you also have to consider that Durka on that Yoru, he finds so much space and so much impact for like Althea to get those kills on the ISO, right? So I'm looking towards this one, and I'm considering, are we going to see the same sort of consistency and ability from Moja and from Jar on these agents? And C and Garage splits are pivotal of ability in a map like this. And they're already holding W through a smoke the different way. Like, what can you do?
Yeah. Yeah. Nexi's going to hold on for as long as he possibly can on the back of site there, as forgive me, back of garage, outside of garage, as he's gonna wait for Global Esports to make their move. But out towards this stone region. Now they come, one for him, another one to fall. No, it's gonna be Xavi to shut them down. As NAOS go for that aggression once again. They're not afraid of holding the front lines. Something that they should have considered on Sunset as well. But there's maybe I can see them treating this Haven C site as something that they did for the Sunset B, right? Like in Sunset B, they go for that market hit. They want to go aggressive from the site itself instead of taking it directly from mid-region. So I feel like it's going to be interesting about how they treat this Haven C site similar to that.
Yeah, I mean, there's a pistol round gathered by NAOS, right? So if you're looking for differences, you are really looking for your rotation timing, I guess you'll say for NAOS, right? But you flip it on over to Global, and I'm kind of considering for them, what differences are they doing here compared to yesterday, right? Because you saw firsthand, Uni, the sloppiness, right, I guess I'll say, for how Global were playing against Orangutan, right, who run around the map a little bit for themselves as well, in towards this one, right? It's early, it's just pissed around. It's a secondary round where they stack towards A, so you'll give this one, but come gun round, right, are we seeing more aggression from Patrick? Are we seeing more setups to come through from Kalias? Like, these are the questions that I'm going to be asking to really see how are you putting your player on the top pedestal, who's already nearing 50 kills for your team this best of 3.
Go, go, go.
Well, once again, we go on that eco, and Global Esports in this series have been pretty good on these rounds. As Deep Smoke comes in to try and let them get out of here. Ja initiates his shield as Xavi 8K tries to get a kill. The stun is perfect. Both of them struggling, but 2 bullets at the same time better than 1. Unison finds 1, makes it a double. Moser comes into the trade. The paranoia is too good. He spams them all down. But the damage done by Global Esports is pretty significant. Multiple weapons dropped here. Emin gonna try and run away with that Vandal, but he's gonna be allowed to. Yeah, he's gonna be allowed to. Yokum had to die to the spike there, as the Vandal will be saved at the last second, and now it's going to be getting away with a scare there, honestly.
Yeah, close to the end as well, right? Lots of kills to come through. It does look awkward. I saw that undercut go through it. I'm thinking, oh yeah, pistols, 1 or 2 shots, they're dead, they're vulnerable. No, it looks a little bit more awkward to come on through, but Moja stabilizes, and now Uni is the important one. Kills collected earlier on means more vulnerability because of all of those light shields on the side of NAOS, but more importantly, more strength over for Global just on weaponry, utility, shields, and early information, where now you gotta be a little bit more cautious if you're playing by yourself with Udaton. At least you're still getting trapped by it currently. That wasn't destroyed by that Shocky.
Found you.
Oh, the tripwires allowed him to get in. Mosier, he's got an incision point here, and he could be dangerous. And he does. He gets away with it as well. All the way back towards A he goes. As instantly, the trajectory has changed. And now on the back of Mosier's ultimate now, thanks to that kill, will find the A side for themselves, which is completely, by the way, MT, a great sell from Mosier alone on that C site. time.
That's actually huge. The fact that he does pick up Dimensional Drift on the back of that kill actually means that they can full pivot and full path into this A side to establish an open home plant with a one-way. You have to go quick as Global.
Yeah, you have to, and they're going in as well. Nothing gets through the trades are there, but now it's doing that bit as well. Too much chaos, a lot of stuff happening through walls and through smokes. But in the end, it's going to be NAOS coming back on top. Global Esports, they start off on Haven once again with a little bit of uncomfortability. But this kill, man, was everything for NAOS to win that round.
I mean, I'm thinking about the differences if Yudatan finds that kill compared to not, right? You put a stopper on any C progression. Kazavi still falls back in that scenario to assist with the rest of the team now, changing course over towards A. You don't have the clearance factor of the whole side as well. You don't have the rotation coming through from Global because they lose the C fight. They think the rotations are happening and they're not, and then they pay post. So really that first kill in the round kind of sets the scene for the whole remainder of the round, and we're back on the foot for Global Esports where they lean towards this alpha site yet again. They do take a bit of space granted deep up through long. It's still safeguarded by that deep trap wire, and poor unfortunate Yudotan again is in a 1 versus X scenario by his lones himself. Good for a bit of chipper damage, yeah, for sure, but still there's life.
Yeah, and now I'm pretty sure Patrick's going to be taken out here as well. Yeah, he can go down. Another one. No, he's going to be finding that trade. They do have a Vandal work with Ja. It activates that shield. Instantly taken out. The double tap's going to be still available to him if he finds a kill, that is. He's and C to find it, but he's going to let his opponents come to him. Evan's going to do all the baiting work for him now. They're going to peek on the back of that flash connecting through. Ja's going to get one. Evan's going to follow it up. And Ja, just a one more frag, and he's going to secure the round. Number 4, pretty simple for NAOS. Not too much loss, just a one man. And Global Esports now have a bye, but this is going to be a very important bye for them to win.
Yeah. Bit of a leak over at this C side at the moment as well, isn't there? Yudotan's utility just completely disrespected by shot bolts and by fake outs too. So I'm considering adjustment period is in order for Global Esports in that little scenario. Maybe a bit of deeper utility. Maybe you play bodies a little bit closer. You know, there's no Neon that's running in against you, right? There's still forward pathing from these players. If we're not seeing Moja gate crash deep in towards the site, you kind of can set yourself up for holding strong angles around the site. And you have to have this very real discussion. These are the sort of early scenarios that a team like NAOS will set you up for when you see the same sort of utility, you're expecting them to hit C and they immediately don't. It's another fake that comes through, right? So there's a very large importance right now on a good discussion and decision to be made for Global Esports. They've found some success creeping up through A, right? Are they going to try and get an operator on the A line? Or are they going to put Patrick over at the C line potentially? These are the things that you're kind of rambling against in your head. And I'm looking at the radar now, Uni, and I'm seeing positionally, we're going to get the Neon operator peek down through sewers. Potentially Crystal sets him up with a dart, and they change it up where they have a little bit more bodies over at the C side.
Yeah, it could be a bit of a troublesome peak for him though, because look at it now. The entire team right now going to be aggressing on towards A, and the cage is going to protect him. The camera's going to push him off as well. Ja has been reconned. He's going to get away from dodge right now, and he knows that the ops here now. They know they got to play safe. They're going to do everything. The undercut, the paranoia, everything comes through. Xavi's entered the site. They push the op behind, and Moser is going to make sure that he does not push any further. Weapons being exchanged. Double tap activated, but he's going a little too far. The one way wasn't necessary to be pushed there. And one after the other, instantly, Global Esports capitalized upon the mistake made by Ja. He went a little too deep and gave up his life, and that was the point where Global Esports said, all right, that's it, push it and take him out right now.
Yeah, on the board for them as well, right? You got the plant to come on down. You got the Hunter's Fury available to try and buy time, but it's exactly to say it is go time to get in there nice and early as Global Esports. You're ripping the Neural Theft in the mix. You got a Hunter's Fury as your own as well, but it really is just no two left feet to come through from Patrick. He's making sure it's one in front of the other, and the kills are being collected for him and the squad on Global as well. So you're on the board, you reset yourselves mentally and physically in towards the server, but I look towards the ultimate lineup on the side of NAOS, and I think, Hunter's Fury still available. You've got, you know, Nexi as well available with the Neural Theft, but more importantly, mate, you've got Ja with the kill contract.
Yeah, I think he's going to go for it right now. Yeah, there he goes. He's picked up somebody, and it's gonna be Kelly.
Yeah, Kelly.
He's got the duel as well. He's gonna win that duel, and that's a free kill for him. Instantly, Patrick, he activates the other side of the map, but he's gonna lose that fight. And Global Esports losing members on every part of Haven right now. Poppy detected, taken out, and that's gonna leave the one and only Crystal alone on the A side. And I'm pretty sure he's not far away from being hunted.
A little bit confused for a couple of members on Global there. You know inside that you want to try and get the kill. You want to find the space for more impact in the team. When you lose a kill or two at the very beginning, you know, you lose the Gulag 1v1 fight. You lose your lightning guns over at the side of A as well, right? These two ultimates that are both, you know, one for each side, resulting in great strength for NAOS at the end there. I mean, you see the neural theft go down, and you're always going to understand from Yudo time, I want to get in to garage, I want to find some space, I want to try and get a pick and get out, you know, bring this round back into a workable scenario. Ooh. And it just doesn't happen at the end. Crystal only good for one on the escape, by the way. So far for now, this half has gone swimmingly.
Yeah, pretty smooth. They've been, you know, really great with the utilization of that, you know, kill contract. They know exactly, you know, how to move in the minute they know that, okay, you know what, one player has gone out of the site. We have to rush in as soon as possible, even before, even if Ja loses that fight. But I think the big problem that ended up happening was Patrick's kind of impatience to kind of, you know, activate that overdrive and move in from the A main side. And he lost his life there as well.
He got caged off.
Exactly. So that was a problem. Now they're aggressing on C to get a little bit of information and close out this part of the map because NAOS have been abusing it every single round. Ja holds it down, and Global Esports with a deep smoke. Not too much control, but they have numbers here.
Yeah, but the problem is, look at the utility. You still got the shield. A lot of it is peppered on through, but the bullets at the moment, they're training in crossfires. Swift past the eyebrows, but it doesn't really matter for Global Esports at the moment. That's not the target that you want to be hitting. Yudo-tan M-Mun's a dispatch of you. And now it's all on to the Crystal man. And once again, unfortunately, where are my friends? They are gone.
They're gone.
Save simulator.
Indeed. They've got the Rolling Thunder now, so there could be a little bit of a retake gameplay that could help them, honestly, because of the pace at which NAOS are constantly abusing that C site. I feel like the Rolling Thunder is a really effective tool for them to kind of just push them out of the site, take good fights, set up, you know, Patrick in good positions with that ultimate and the rest of the utility that, you know, Kelly's can provide as well. But it's all going to be in question if or not Global Esports are going to actually, you know, continue on that path of, you know, aggression on that C side or not. What do you think about it? Yeah. Should they play a little bit safer now that they've got, you know, I mean, it is an eco, but I'm talking about, you know, the next round maybe.
Well, the problem is just individually, the kills aren't being collected for Global. It doesn't really matter as a team at the moment, right? It's just the isolation of a couple of these Global members, and it's just the scaling of utility that NAOS are throwing their way, changing it up from this C utility dump pressure, from this dry peaks coming on through. Now you're staring against Dimensional Drift, right? You still got that Hunter's Fury if they get pinged out. General combo that comes on through. And yeah, I know what it's been, but it's a standard set of utility to come out. And the kills are there. Finally won by Kelly, but it's exactly what I see. It's like magic. You read the script. Dimensional Drift, ping out an opponent, distract them out with the goo on the screen, and Hunter's Fury comes on through, and things just crumble for Global.
Yeah, Crystal will find the one trade, and that's going to be it. It's still a 3 versus 2. It is actually doable. They've got 2 weapons now, and even though the drones are currently being exchanged, they've spotted one player. They know that Patrick has got a lot of utility. Recon's gone out. Stun comes through. He's missed that opportunity to take that kill down. Needs to slide out. No, he couldn't. He should have slid out there to probably take that first fight. It's going to be Xavi once again, standing alone on site, making sure he is going to be the first and last line of defense. 7-1 now. It's getting scary, Komodo. I'm not going to lie.
I want to highlight for those that might have missed the game yesterday, the Haven result for Global Esports. They found 8 rounds on their defensive side. And you know, that was the closeout for the series, right? They had 5 attacking rounds. The half was 5-7 by math. It's always scary to do that in the broadcast, but we're there. It's now 7 for NAOS on this attacking side. So literally anything extra is massive of change.
Yep.
And we do have guns, at least for Global here, 2 light shields, but it's, you know, just the pace changing once again. For now, back towards C, not seeing any contest from any members there. They'll break these traps, they'll get on through. The only difference being the Global should have a very quick flank and a player advantage now.
Yeah, it's going to be Yuta Thomas. He gets picked up. He's going to win. No, he's not. Jock takes him out, and that's going to call in for the retake. It's a 3 versus 4. Patrick's on the flank. Josh not ready for... No!
Oh,
Patrick!
no.
What have you done, Patrick? How? Patrick, how? Kelly does have the ultimate, and now that ultimate might end up going for a waste, unless, of course, he executes it. Yes, he will. Find the player up close. He was a little too late. Javi expected it, but just the move there was a little too off. Emin has to go back. He's going to wait for Ja to come on from the other side. It's going to be clear. Raining shots from him. Only the one, though, for Ja. It's going to be Emin to clutch it out, but Poppy stands strong. Finds the second for Global, and I think they've heard you. 7 should be the max that they need to give away on this defensive side.
Yeah, I'm looking at the end there as well, right? And when you've got a player that has a lot of hours, like Parpy on an Omen, for example, I'll use in this scenario, when you've got Eman coming through on that one, I see a dark cover available, and I'm thinking to myself, a one-way on top of the site there. You can try to tickle the tootsies of one of the guys there, but they end up both facing, right? They would have had to fall a little bit more forward off the spike. You can go for the jump peak. So it's just these little individual characteristics on these certain agents when you're not too familiar with them that I'm seeing for now, so they need to pick on up. But for Global Esports, a golf clap for getting that retake in as well, right? From the beginning kill that they get in the window, from the lasting one at the end there together as a unit, and now for the hopeful opening, which they managed to successfully get.
Yeah, that's a big kill there from Patrick. Secures the A main side completely. And there goes an ultimate looking for him and found himself, and he was just not ready to expect Kelly as they're coming in that late. Global Esports proactiveness is working for them. They're getting aggressive, and it's rewarding them with map control and a lot of kills. But Xavi, he gets both of them back from the grave. What the hell is that? That shouldn't have been possible at all. And of course, Ja heads up on a rotating crystal. That's opened up the C site. And now it turns away from Global Esports once again. 5v3, as it just was, has now turned in to a 3v1.
Revealing area.
Another scenario for Global Esports where it's a 1vx here, Uni, but this time it's not Crystal. It is Kelly S, and he will be giving it a bit of a crack. He's pathing away from the utility at the moment, but a plant for backside. You hear, what, Sova's over towards there, but you don't know where the remaining 2 are. It really does just come down to trying to bait it out. And I mean, I'm even looking at the contingency that you've got over on the side of NAOS. You know, ignore the ISO for that matter. You've got a Harness Fury, right? That is your contingency in this round. Not even needed.
Yeah, perfect works right now from NAOS. Even though they lose a couple of players early on, such good control from Global Esports, but they just give it away almost, it felt like. Xavi just kind of peeked them for free, and he got 2 kills like it was nothing. Even this, I'm not sure how... Patrick should have actually used that bait, to be fair. I feel like he could have been set up for 2 there if he just let them cross by.
When I see the scenario of a 5 versus 3 and you've got 2 players still pushed up through A long, I'm immediately kind of considering a dark cover at the top of A and get out of dodge, right? You're playing towards the numbers there. You're expecting utility to be used back for NAOS to get in towards the site. That's mainstream ways to get, you know, that round to transition into a phase. They overstay their welcome, and now they have to dig deep in a round such as this on an eco to try and, you know, make it a not a 10-2 half, not a 9-3 half.
Kind of feels like it might, you know, kind of trickle into that tangent, because right now Global Esports have stuck to their gut of sticking outside that C site. All 4 are here. Just the one player hoping that nobody flanks them from B, as NAOS just quietly find their space into the B site.
Yeah, we'll got scanning ahead eventually. We haven't really seen too much B-side endeavors of eventual plant locations, have we? But if they manage to do so, I kind of feel like it would give a little bit of an incentive for Patrick to maybe even use the overdrive.
Well, you called it. There he goes. He's gotten the first, and now there's 3 more to go. Just preemptively making sure nobody's coming in through that smoke so that he can find a free kill if at all possible. There's a stun that comes through. He puts his own. Patrick finds a second. And once again, it's the overdrive that's creating the chaos, creating the difference. And he's going to make it work all the way. Gliding across and just absolutely demolishing them. Okay, I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot of comments right
Who would win? 4 fully equipped gun utility boys or 1 Filipino zippy zappy girl? That is disgusting how he's just managed to run around on Neon like that. That is absolutely brutal. It shouldn't happen.
I'm pretty sure we're waiting for, you know, the Neon nerf comments right now in chat. I mean, of course, G fans would love to see this being exploited, but remember, guys, other teams can do this as well. When it, you know, it's great when it's for your team. You know, it's great when it's for your team, but when you see, you know, maybe you see Dambi in the regular season doing this to you guys, then you're gonna be like, oh my god, can we just get this agent out of the game?
Yeah, legitimately, Dambi's experience on Neon and Showcase over at Ascension was probably the decisive blow to Riot to recognize, yeah, this agent a little bit overpowered. But you still, at the end of the day, have to be able to put your mouse at the right spot, right? And you got to be in the right positions. So he's done well to at least try and bring a sense of recovery in towards the server at the moment. But I mean, there's still death by 1,000 cuts for the team of Global Esports on this defensive side right now, and there's, you know, not enough bandages to stem the bleeding. Though I will add, Uni, 9-3, yeah, still possible for NAOS to win at the half, but there's an 8-4 that Global could still get.
Yeah, and I think they are gonna try extremely hard for that. They do have 2 ultimates right now, and pretty useful ones as well to, you know, kind of gain control. A site's been given away from NAOS as they once again find their, you know, footsteps treading towards that C site. Crystal gonna slowly creep up with 2 of his teammates. 3 actually to cover up that entire A site. The tripwire is gonna be broken pretty quickly as well. And now NAOS are gonna instantly on the back of that react to the C site.
You and me. Yeah, that trip is go time in towards C, and Jar actually using the ultimate to a different location too. So meanwhile, in the 1 versus 1 where Jar loses, by the way, to Yutatan, it's gonna be another 5 versus 3 that they now have to stay off.
See, he's got good position right now, but he's in trouble. It's gonna be Patrick running into sight. Xavi taps him out. It's gonna be Crystal to trade him out. Once again, Nexi keeping things alive at the moment. He's got Emin to help him out. There comes the new theft. He's gonna try and stick the defuse now. Nexi on the reload. He gets it. He puts it in the last second. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Switching sides. If you're Nexi there, you have to have your crosshair almost at the right position for when that ping of the neural theft comes out to win that one. If you're off by the size of your opponent's head at that distance, you don't get the kill. And you don't get the round. 0.03, man.
Even if it hit Yutatan's hat at the side, I think it would have not probably registered that bullet.
He didn't have the hat. He already used his neural theft.
He used his neural theft as well, yeah. Man, that is
just look
unlucky.
Look at this. He's reloading, and he just gets off the reload at probably 0.04 to re-equip the gun and get the single tap. That is insane.
I can already see Boom Esports' flashbacks from Ascension Final and Pacific, man. Dreadful times. Now it's gonna continue on their stride.
Yeah, opening kill over towards NAOS as well. Good shock dart, I will add. Causing some positions to be noted down deep in mid as well. But Jar has been spotted out at the front of B.
Poor guy. Poor guy. Blinded, stunned, and decapitated at the same time. Nexi does get one. We're gonna have to cover back. Kelly almost got taken out there, but Global Esports will instantly on the back of that kill travel to the A site and make sure that's where they get the spike down to the ground. It's a 2 versus 2. And Kelly is actually pretty low right now. That stun is perfect. Nexi jumping around. Pretty lucky that Poppy's not decided to spam into that smoke.
Yeah.
Last player
Cover, though there's gap in
One
that one.
enemy
String together
remaining.
as a team. Comparable HP at the beginning of this one, but Eman, he has the betterment of it in the end on a Kelly. Yes, I was looking uni at that 2 versus 2. The Omens had the HP. It was the other guys that did not. And for Eman, he's able to close that one down. I like the assault onto B. Don't get me wrong from Global. I'm just surprised that they actually did decide to go back over towards the A side because the trade, the fact that Moja gets Crystal, if it does go the other way, the round probably does end differently. The round probably does go towards Global. And I'm exactly on par with what you say as well. I'm surprised that Papu didn't spray the smoke when the fault line goes through and they're jumping in it.
Yeah, he could hear him jumping pretty clearly. I think even a bullet or two would have helped a lot. But now make the best use of that situation. They get the air advantage, and the Outlaw comes out, and instantly he's gone. He's out of there. Leaf in the wind. Poppy does get the trade, though. Xavi overstayed his welcome. And that's the ace that actually opened up, unless, of course, Nexi has something to say about it. This force fight from Global is going to be proved to be make or break, because if they don't win this round, it might be the end of this series right here, because they'll get up to 11, and then it's going to be an eco, which will give them match point.
It would be a mountain to climb and you don't have the right gear, that's for sure. But let's see if they can at least find some damage in towards this round, right? A bit of a reset onto the time. You still do see 2 playing around this A site. You still got Nexi with his camera available. You can tap that out. You still got the trapwire there as well. He's the one who's low on HP, however. And with nothing seen over at the C site, nothing over towards the B site as well, I think NAOS are cottoning on to the idea that it was just a time reset back over towards this A site. Great dark cover timing. There's not much you can do about that if you are Global Esports now. And even if you do try to wait it on out, I mean, it's not really going to do too much, is it?
1 enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
That
Spike
undercut
down
was
A.
perfect for Mojo to get in at the right time. Take that kill onto where it's short. Make sure that nobody's pushing up Ja from the other angle. Even though Ja went away, his undercut did the work for his team to actually secure that round perfectly. And Mojo, of course, finishing things off in style. And now Global Esports in extreme dire straits as they need to just scrape the bottom of the barrel to actually get back into this game.
Yeah, I mean, we did hear it from Juvenile as well earlier on, right? NAOS has always provided a little bit of a challenge. They're a good team. The results that they come up with in these scrims, yeah, Scrimbucks, I'm mentioning it, they come out good, right? They do. So this is the perfect opportunity for Global Esports to recognize a lot of the weaknesses that this game will provide to build character, to build strength, to continue a growth development, which is exactly what they're looking for right now. But for NAOS, I mean, they're looking for that on their own. And Ja, well, Uni, look at that one. He actually drops the first kill.
Yuratan calming down a little bit, but he's still well and alive. Could probably swap up the weapon that he's got with somebody else just to give them a better fighting chance. But look at NAOS re-clearing the space that Global Esports just gotten in. A drone's coming in, though, towards A main, and I'm not sure they expect this. Perfect. Xavi gets the first one, and instantly Global Esports are now stunned to go back, and Eman just stops them in their tracks. Kelly will get the trade back, but NAOS are not backing away from the fight at all. The recons reveal both of them. Crystal's gonna get Xavi. Yeah, and they're now just going all out to fight this out. Must have been a little bit easier, but now it's a 1v2, and both these players are one shot from the Outlaw, so they need to be careful because they know that Mojo's got this Outlaw, by the way.
30 seconds left.
Yeah. The only thing is
One
timing is
enemy
filtering this
remaining.
one out. There's the first. Fake out 2. Don't forget.
No,
he's
white
still planning
backside!
Kelly!
Why?
Where are the comms?
Make a big deal about it.
Oh, no,
man.
where is the idea that that one's coming from
Match
there?
point.
That is shambles. And now it is match point and series point to NAOS and Uni. There's 9 of them.
Yeah, there are 9 of them. The biggest issue with me here was the fact that NAOS, even after being revealed, even after taking so much pressure on towards mid, they still stuck to that fight. And they brought it down. The 2 players who were there, they just committed. They said, okay, you know what? No matter what, we're going to get away with as many kills as we can. And they made sure that the situation at least came down to a doable one for Mojo. Great, honestly, NAOS, kudos, man. Great stuff from them.
Not enough.
Yeah, early peek from Jar this time. Expecting a better result, and he finds the greater one. The star player on the roster for Global Esports taken down. Gotta say, Patrick has had a phenomenal series over the first 2 maps. You've also got the Dimensional Drift still available for NAOS as well when they do start to regroup together. So you've got to see some individual brilliance come through from Global to get back in towards this one. They've lost control completely over at C. A feels like it's going to be too much of a fortified wall to go and get through too. Cypher utility that's there and the 3 members. But at least they navigate away back in towards this C side. Hey, off-putting Eman back. It's going to reshuffle the positions of NAOS as well.
Yeah. They're going to have to play a little bit more safer, but Global Esports slowly treading towards B now. And while the stack on A is going to be pretty good for them to instantly make their rotations available, Global Esports will find it for free. Smoke's going down instantly. Yuratan, do you want to challenge that smoke? No, they're going to just hold on to this and play for the Rolling Thunder.
You have to Rolling Thunder and take deep space though, I feel like, if you're Global at the moment. You can't allow for the Dimensional Drift to come through, which they do, and now Jar finds Crystal. Things go from bad to worse as it's all coming to a close. I don't know how Xavi managed to find one there. Positions found on Oyudo Khan with the neural theft coming on out, but Jar is on a rampage at the moment for 3. A tap onto the defuse. Do they know where Moja is? The neural theft again, but the defuse is just being stuck at the moment. They say nay, as Moja will put a close on this one, and Jar with the defuse. Universe, it's 13-3 to NAOS. Oh yep, Lord, absolutely. Haven is their playground.
Man, that was a strong showing from NAOS here. Start to finish, really, really good. And pretty clear that they know how to play that ISO Euro comp. They've really showcased it in the best way possible. And I think that Global Esports have a lot of loops to fix, man. A lot of it, of course, includes the fact that they need to kind of maybe learn how to re-clear and maybe take space away from NAOS, because NAOS have been pushing how many extremities on their defensive side? How many times did we see it?
I think that really leans into what...
Get lost in the underground. Underground. Get lost in the underground. Feel the music, feel the sound. All your worries start to drown like in the underground. Everybody lost and found. Sweat is dripping all around. Lights are flashing, lights are flashing. Underground. Get lost in the underground. Feel the music, feel the sound. All your worries start to drown like in the underground. Everybody lost and found. Sweat is dripping all around. Lights are flashing, lights are flashing. Get lost in the underground. Feel the music, feel the sound. All your worries start to drown like in the underground. Everybody lost and found. Sweat is dripping all around. Lights are flashing, lights are